Darkcast Network. Welcome to the dark side of podcasts.
The Mythical True Crime Podcast is now proudly joining the Darkcast network of indie podcast creators. Join us as we delve into the mysterious and the macabre, exploring captivating tales of true crime, legends, and unsolved mysteries from the realms of mythology and reality. Uncover the dark, true tales of modern legends with our spoken narratives and the blend of history, crime, and the supernatural.
Hey there, Rainbow Warriors, and welcome to Beyond the Rainbow, True Crimes of the LGBTQ+. I'm your host, CJ. I'm going to jump right into this important episode. Jason, the father of the victim in this episode, he contacted me via Facebook and he asked me to cover his daughter's case. I asked my friend Courtney from the Book of the Dead podcast to help me with it. So this will be a collaboration episode and there'll be no true crime quickie at the end. Oftentimes, you'll see true crime podcasters will title their episode The Mysterious Death of Someone. And while this case could be titled that, for the family of victim Kaylene Oling, especially for her father Jason, they feel there is no real mystery to their loved one's death. They consider her death a murder, and they also believe they know who her killer is. After seeing the message the man they suspect of Kaylene's murder, who is named Michael Mano, sent to Jason, I tend to agree. The message from the alleged killer told Kaylene's dad, "I took care of her. Too bad you can't search my backyard." And then, "Fine, I killed her, but you have no proof." Followed up with a laughing face emoji. That's a bold and disgusting move to send a message like this to a grieving father, whether or not Mano is Kaylene's murderer or not. Michael Mano had also texted a nude picture of Kaylene to Jason and to one of Kaylene's younger siblings. I wanted to throw that out there to show what kind of sick dude we're talking about. Let's get a little into Kaylene's background. Kaylene was a self-proclaimed bisexual woman, and she'd come out as bisexual in high school. Kaylene wasn't too much about school, and she had dropped out. As I've discussed in other episodes, some people just aren't institutional learners, and they learn more from life experiences. This was Kaylene. She got more out of working on cars than sitting in algebra class trying to figure out how numbers and letters add up. Kaylene was a junior firefighter and she loved volunteering with her dad at their church. Growing up, she was a tomboy and she preferred playing with toys that were deemed to be boy toys. This is something I can very much relate to. Kaylene loved hanging out with her family and she was a great big sister. Another thing Kaylene loved was doing nails. She aspired to do hair and nails for a career someday. While it's not 100% clear just how Kaylene met Michael Mano and became romantically involved with him, what is clear, this guy was not a good match for her. Mano was 25 years Kaylene's senior, making him 44 or 45 years old when they started to date. He also has a felony rap sheet as long as a new roll of toilet paper. And I thought that a fair comparison since this guy is a shit stain of a human. Kaylene broke it off with Mano when she discovered he was cheating on her with another woman. And after Mano's love bombing of Kaylene was all done, she started to see him for the asshole he really is. Weeks after their breakup, Kaylene found out she was pregnant with Mano's baby. Jason, her dad, accidentally discovered about Kaylene's pregnancy a few months before she went missing. He'd gone into her room to get something while she was in the shower, and he saw the positive pregnancy test. Both of Kaylene's parents came together and sat her down for a long conversation. That's when Kaylene decided to move in full-time with her dad and her then stepmom. They were going to help with the baby and help Kaylene get her GED. Both things were something Kaylene really wanted to have happen. Kaylene moving in with Jason was going to be a good thing. It got her away from Michael Mano, and it put Kaylene on the right track to raise her baby. Exactly 4 years ago is when 20-year-old Kaylene Oling disappeared, making her family frantic with worry. The date was January 10th, 2020, right before the shit show of COVID had everyone locked down. Kaylene was out visiting a friend before she was supposed to head to her mom's home in Etna, Pennsylvania. Kaylene had plans to babysit her younger siblings who lived with their mother. However, in spite of texting her mom very early in the morning that she'd be there later, Kaylene would never get to her mom's. Later that same day, Kaylene's mom called Jason to let him know that Kaylene never showed up, and no one could get Kaylene on her phone either. Then the mom waited a bit, hoping Kaylene would return on her own. But when that didn't happen, she went and filed a missing persons report on January 12th. Kaylene was a pretty responsible young lady, and it was highly out of character for her not to show up when the whole point of her being near Etna was to watch her younger siblings. Jason claims the Etna Police Department did a crappy job from the get-go on Kaylene's case. After Kaylene's mom filed the report, Jason tried to follow up with an email to the police. He asked for a copy of the report so he could maintain a paper trail. But the Etna police didn't file the report with the National Missing Database until March 13th, 2020. That's a day over 2 months later. Can you imagine being the parent of a missing child and the cops dropping the ball on your kid for 2 freaking months? It's beyond infuriating. Jason, who was displeased with Etna Police Department's lackadaisical interest in looking for Kaylene, he begged the police department to transfer her case to the county, but they refused. The Etna Police Department only went once to Michael Mano's residence to ask questions, in spite of everything that was shared with them about the man. Finally, half a year later, after tiring of Jason's asking, the Etna police agreed to transfer Kaylene's case, along with an active warrant to search Mano's home and property. Mano lived in the residence with his mother, his kids, and his current girlfriend. When the new police department on the case of Allegheny County went to pay a visit to Mano's house, the girlfriend and the mother told the police they couldn't go into the garage because there was a vicious dog locked in the garage. Say what? You can't refuse the police to go into places if they have a warrant. If you have a vicious dog in the garage, the police.
That seems to be the theme in Pittsburgh. They will use vicious dogs as an excuse, or they'll just shoot your dog. Um, that's a problem. Then you go through a window. They have flashbangs, they have smoke bombs. There are other ways to get to serve a warrant. You could tase the dog. You could get a dart gun and put a dog to sleep. That's not an excuse, in my opinion. This case, the ball has really been dropped. And I'm sharing this podcast because it has a lot of information in it. There's another podcast I want to watch that the father was on. I didn't listen to this whole podcast. I was going to invite the lady over to go over it with me. She knows I'm sharing it, but I didn't have time today to invite her. And I just want to get Kaylene's story out. I figured this was the best way to do it, to just have people hear it through podcasts that have already been done, and then we can dig a little bit into it. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to start reaching out to talk to people that I know that are familiar with this case and with some of the people involved in the case, like Mano. I'm also going to reach out to Kaylene's father again. He gave me permission to share. I didn't know there was a podcast. Yeah, there's a couple of them. There's a few of them. There's actually more than I thought I'd be able to find. Her father's been really, really active. It's just not getting out to the masses. You know what I mean? And it's not even going around in our news like I think it should be. There's been a few things about it, but they don't make it as big as it should be. It should be a bigger case because this guy's still running the streets. It's sad. Like, our mayor and our government here has really, or attorney general or DA, they've really dropped the ball on this case. And it's sad. Like, this family needs help. This man found his daughter's bones. They didn't even clean the bones up. I showed you guys that last night with his permission. Of course, I asked him what I can share, and he said, share whatever you want. So, you had me looking her case up last night. Well, send me what you find. If you find stuff, lady, or that can help. I did look when you said to and Michael D. Mano. We'll get what's coming to him. I sure hope. I do too, because it's bad. But all right, let's listen a little further because I really want to get to the other podcast too.
Police can put your dog down. So what the fuck? But the police didn't search the garage. I only wish that they had known a year or so prior when Kaylene was still with Mano, he had padlocked her in that garage. Kaylene met up with Mano between the time she was done visiting her friend and when she was supposed to go watch her siblings. This would have been the early morning hours of January 9th and January 10th, right around 1 a.m. So technically, January 10th. Kaylene's purpose for seeing Mano was to try and get her grandmother's necklace he had taken from her. At 1:36 a.m., a text from Kaylene's phone to her mom was sent to assure her mom she'd be home later that morning to watch her siblings. At 3:40 a.m., Kaylene's phone pinged over the 62nd Street Bridge in Sharpsburg, Pennsylvania. 10 minutes later, Mano's phone shows that he made a call to his friend Amir. Nearly 12 hours later, at 3 p.m., after Kaylene missed her babysitting detail, Kaylene's mom.
So the 62nd Street Bridge is by our zoo, leaving Lawrenceville, turning into, is that Sharpsburg? Earl. Maybe. Right across the 62nd Street Bridge. That's Etna. Etna? I thought it went Sharpsburg. Okay, well, it's a pretty big bridge. I wonder if they were walking for it to have pinged. I mean, I guess they could have been driving, but I don't know that he had a car or she was meeting by bus, so I guess I'll have to figure that out. But that's interesting that it pinged on the 62nd Street Bridge. Okay, hold on.
Called Mano and asked where Kaylene was. Mano said that Kaylene didn't want to talk to her, and he refused to put Kaylene on the phone. Allegheny police didn't do an official group search until August 2020, although her family and friends did several group searches on their own. And then, March 19th, 2023, Kaylene's case moved from a missing persons case to a homicide case. Because March 19th, 2023, is when her remains were discovered in Allegheny County. And now I'm going to pass the baton to Courtney of the Book of the Dead for more information on Kaylene's case. Courtney?
Thanks, CJ. On March 19th, 2023, a Sunday, hunters were in the woods near the 1200 block of Washington Boulevard in the Lincoln-Leamington-Belmar area of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, just after 2:15 p.m.
Now, you think where I live is the ghetto? That's the ghetto. That's a very bad spot. It's close to the 62nd Street Bridge coming towards my house. So, yeah, he took her. Oh man. I don't know. That's a bad spot.
when they stumbled upon a human skull. Once investigators were called, they arrived and found more human remains. That Friday, the remains were confirmed to be that of Kaylene. When he was notified, Jason said, quote, "All the blood just ran from me. Just hearing them words, Jason, it's Kaylene. It's confirmed. Total shock. Just total shock because you just always hope for a different outcome." And I can only imagine the mix of emotions that comes from being notified that your loved ones have been found after waiting years for information. There's the anguish of having the unimaginable pain of learning that his daughter is gone, but you also have that sense of something akin to relief because Jason can lay his baby to rest. But now there is that ache and suffering of just waiting for answers as to what happened. On March 24th, once the family was notified about the identification, Jason and other family members arrived at Washington Boulevard to create a memorial for Kaylene at the site where she was found. While there, Jason and his daughter found 2 more bones. Pittsburgh police and the Allegheny County Office of the Medical Examiner were notified of the discovery, and they came back to the scene to investigate, where the medical examiner found an additional bone. According to Jason, the manager of operations for the Allegheny County Office of the Medical Examiner, Nelson Early, confirmed on the 30th that the bones were the forearm, shoulder, and toe of Kaylene Oling. The biggest issue with these additional bones being found is that it indicates that investigators did not thoroughly investigate the scene when they were first called by the hunters. These bones were found not miles away. They were in the exact same area. So how did police miss them? That tells me that the police did not do their job properly. Unfortunately, and this could be due to the condition of Kaylene's remains, the medical examiner was unable to determine a cause and a manner of death. And just for clarification, the cause would be the method in which she died, whether via strangulation, trauma, etc. And the manner in which she died is the categorization, such as homicide, natural causes, suicide, etc., etc. Now, when Kaylene was found, according to Jason, the clothes she was wearing the day she disappeared were also found, which clearly indicates that Kaylene died the day she went missing. So, at least in my mind, police would have to be looking at the last person confirmed to have seen Kaylene that day, which was Michael Mano. Additionally, the site where she was found was about 20 feet away from land reported as belonging to Michael Mano's father, Pasquale, just beyond the railroad tracks. This area also.
So it was pretty much behind this guy's dad's house. And he sent the father a text message, which I showed you guys last night. I don't want to click out of this. When this is over, well, I'm going to look at the other podcast. I'll show you the text messages that he was sending the father. What I left out last night, and I forgot to share with you guys, was this guy was also arrested. I don't remember if it was before or after because I only listened once briefly. I believe it was after Kaylene, while she was missing. This man was sending her sister, her underage sister, I believe, naked photos of her sister. So this is a pretty sick guy. Like, he did some crazy shit while they were looking for this little girl, well, young lady. All right, hold on.
Also had security cameras nearby, which, if police had done a proper investigation from the get-go, it's very possible they would have discovered these cameras and would have been able to view the footage if they investigated Michael Mano and his family properly. Now, that's not to suggest his immediate family had anything to do with it, but looking into his family would have led them to land in close proximity. This would mean that Kaylene could have been found soon after disappearing, saving her family years of heartache, And it also means that the police could have possibly had visual proof of who put Kaylene's body in that area, further aiding in the investigation. Now, the Allegheny County District Attorney's Office did confirm that Kaylene's death is being investigated as a criminal matter, but they have been incredibly tight-lipped about the investigation thus far, which is interesting because they have a person of interest in Michael Mano at the very least. Now, the problem with the investigation is that there really isn't one, at least from the outside looking in. Jason Oling has been fighting for the last 3 years for progress to be made, but it seems as if law enforcement is either not doing anything, even though the case is considered active, and there has only been one update to my knowledge that has been given to the family, although that has not been made public at this time. Either way, if they aren't really talking, then the assumption is that they aren't doing their jobs. But unfortunately, as we've seen before, this happens all too often. So we're going to talk about Michael Mano, the man that Jason Oling wholeheartedly believes killed his daughter. And there is even an alleged confession from Michael, but the DA's office refuses to sign an arrest warrant. First of all, this shining example of an exemplary citizen has had multiple charges filed against him going back to 1994. These include charges of corruption of minors, reckless endangerment, statutory sexual assault, conspiracy, and criminal solicitation. And that is just to name a few. We're talking career criminal. Additionally,
I looked at his criminal charges. There are a lot of them. 1 second. Sorry, my daughter called my husband. His list of charges are long. I mean, longer than I think I've ever seen. He has a ton of charges, this guy. Scary. He should not be out there, in my opinion.
the corruption of minors charge was due to Michael Mano sending sexually explicit photos of Kaylene to her younger sister in 2022 via Facebook, as well as to Jason himself. Now, Michael took a plea deal in regard to this, pleading no contest, and was sentenced to 6 to 12 years in prison with 1 year of probation. He was also barred from having any contact with the victim. It's interesting to me, though, that he only got 1 year max when, according to Pennsylvania law, the sentence for corruption of a minor related to a sexual act is up to 7 years. And it's considered a serious criminal offense because it is one. Now, that's besides the fact that this was clearly a taunt when you take into consideration the fact that Michael, as CJ said, taunted Jason on Facebook saying that he killed Kaylene prior to this happening. In fact, let me repeat to you the direct quote. Michael said, quote, "I took care of her. Too bad you can't search my backyard. Fine, I killed her, but you have no proof." And then he very kindly added a laughing emoji. What more do the police need based on this alone to bring him in, have a conversation with him, do a thorough search of his home, including the yard, the shed, the basement, everywhere? That alone should have been enough to bring him in. A spokesperson for the Allegheny County DA's office actually released a statement about this where they said, quote, "The decision whether to file criminal charges in a missing persons case in which a body is discovered after several years have passed must be approached carefully and methodically. The family will be justifiably passionate about obtaining justice for their loved one as soon as possible. However, we must proceed deliberately in order to ensure that there is sufficient admissible evidence to not just identify a suspect, but also that there is sufficient admissible evidence to link that suspect to criminal acts."
Okay, well, I would think the ping, because I live here and I know what the layout is, I would think the ping on 62nd Street Bridge to Washington Boulevard in the Lincoln Leamington area would be sufficient enough that she was with him and on her way there. because it's literally like right, they're not far from each other at all. She said she was going to meet this man. What the hell are y'all doing, Pittsburgh police? Zapilla? What are you doing?
That resulted in the death of the victim. There can be no rush to judgment or arrest. There is an ongoing investigation with county detectives actively working with attorneys in our office. The district attorney will continue to confer with the county superintendent. However, details of an ongoing active investigation cannot be discussed. As I've said in multiple cases that I have covered, I fully understand that there are procedures that need to be followed in regard to any criminal investigation. However, when there is evidence indicating there is an identified guilty person,
Right on the other side of that area is an area called Larmer. And then it goes into East Liberty, like that whole area, the whole fact that her, man, I'm getting pissed. If you guys knew the layout, we'll go over a map after we do the podcasts. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to look up the locations and we'll go over a map and look at it so you guys can understand what I'm saying. This doesn't make sense that they think they don't have sufficient evidence. That right there, okay, best it's circumstantial, but it's at least a reason to go question him just because of those locations. I'm so confused. I can't believe it.
coupled with the fact that the investigation from the very beginning was not handled efficiently like it should have been, this to me sounds like a cop-out. Are we really that surprised? There is a possible reason for Michael to have gotten such a lenient sentence, though, and that is because he is an alleged police informant for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Obviously, this can't be substantiated since police don't speak about who their informants are, but it could explain why his sentence was just a slap on the wrist and why no one at the DA's office seems to mind that he owes over $23,000 in past due fines related to his charges. Just know that if the
So, related to past charges, this guy owes $23,000. And Allegheny County hasn't locked his ass up in the ACJ. Dude, my son had a speeding ticket. Literally. They were coming to arrest him. I don't understand that because I live in the same. I'm so confused. It had to have been that he was an informant. Like, it had to have been. Because this isn't normal.
average person owed a substantial amount of money to the government, I'm pretty sure the government would be wanting to know why payments weren't being made. If he is an informant, though, that would absolutely also explain why police have yet to sign an arrest warrant for him in regards to the murder of Kaylene Oling and have refused to go back to thoroughly search his home, which, if it's not obvious, is bullshit. Clearly, this man knows something or very much had something to do with it. If there is anyone with further information on this case or the murder of Kaylene Oling, they are asked to call the Allegheny County Homicide Unit at 1-833-255-8477.
Lady R, I've heard that name. I think I might have seen her. You think this is her? They said her name at the beginning of it. Well, when she came on. We can look real quick before I change it. We'll see if that's her name. I shared it from the Rainbow Crimes channel. She got some really cool content. All of her podcasts are very professionally done. That's what I like. That's what I'm hoping to aim for someday. I don't want involved in all this drama. We'll get there. I have to call we're not going to talk about that during this live. However, I might come live after this I found something else. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long this live lasts. Okay, hold on.
Or 412-473-1200. They can also call the Pittsburgh FBI office at 1-800-225-5324. The case number is 01-27520.
Thank you so much, Courtney, for coming together with me on the case of Kaylene Oling. I'm going to go ahead and speak for both Courtney and I. There's nothing.
Oh my goodness, I'm sneezing. I've been having sneezing fits all day. So that was a Courtney. That wasn't Mystery Maven, but I will definitely look her up and listen to her. 100%. Okay, so let's see what she has to say to end this, and then I'll move on to the other podcast after I show you the news clip about the photos being sent to the sister that I found.
More than the two of us would like than to help find justice for Kaylene and her family. And if this means removing a scumbag off the street so he can't hurt anyone else's child, that would be the proverbial icing on the cake. Please be sure to subscribe and listen to the Book of the Dead, Courtney and her mom's podcast. They cover a number of cases that need to be heard, and they do such a wonderful job. Love you, Rainbow Warriors. You matter. And remember, it's not a crime to be gay, bi, trans, or live your truth, unless you're a murderer.
I forgot to take my mic off. Okay, hold on. So this is fine. This is the text messages that he sent, or the comments. Like, I guess this man just put them right on Facebook, like not even in a messenger. I would tell the police who she was with and what they was doing. It's called minding your own fucking business and not being a snitch. She's 20 years old doing her. Too bad you can't search my backyard. Fine, I killed her, but you have no proof. Her father has a Facebook group too. I'm going to share it after my live. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to share it after my live in my community post so you guys can join if you want. We got to get her story out there. Somebody got to hear it. I don't know what you do in a situation like this. I cover Summer. They're still looking for her. This is an investigation. They've already found this young lady. You know? Hold on. Here it is. One sec.
One law firm, Klein Inspector, has obtained 6 of the 8 largest jury verdicts in Pennsylvania in the last 5.
Well, new at 6, an update surrounding the disappearance of this young woman, Kaylene Oling. Police just charged this man with sending graphic photos of Oling to her underage sister on Facebook. Channel 11 News reporter Liz Kilmer spoke with Oling's family.
Yeah, they feel like they're being taunted. Yeah, it has been nearly a year and a half since Kaylene Oling vanished at 20 years old. And certainly it is hard enough on her family to not have answers. Well, now they tell me that her ex-boyfriend sent a nude photo of her to her little sister. And according to these court documents, he's now facing charges for it.
I think it's absolutely disgusting, and it shows the caliber of person that he is.
46-year-old Michael Mano charged with corruption of minors and other offenses for allegations involving the family of his ex-girlfriend, Kaylene Oling, the 20-year-old woman from Etna who went missing back in January of last year.
And this dude was 25 years older than her. Dude, that's so sick.
Family, including her uncle Paul Young here, have no answers and fear the worst.
The whole thing's horrible for our whole family, most importantly, her parents and her siblings, because this is like a taunt.
According to police paperwork and Kaylene's family, Mano recently sent an explicit selfie of him with Kaylene to her.
Yes, he was 25 years older than her. They said that at the beginning of the podcast. Her mama knew that guy was... Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know the story behind that. It doesn't sound like it. Or it does, but it sounds like they were trying to... She was 20. You're over 18. And in our city, and how I believe it is everywhere, is once they're 18, you can't do nothing about it. But I believe there's more to that, but that's why I don't know. So that's why I want to listen to the other podcast. The dad's on the other podcast. So we'll listen to that after this one. This is only a few minutes. It's almost over, actually. Hold on.
Her 17-year-old sister over Facebook. A photo family members believe was taken before she vanished.
At first, he sent these pictures to Kaylene's father, and then he sent them to her sister. So, that wasn't the first time. Her sister's dealing with it the best that she can. Her and her sister were very close.
We visited Mano's Penn Hills address to see if anyone was there to respond. No one came to the door. Loved ones are trying to remain strong. What they really want is to know what happened to Kaylene.
No, we have no answers. Everything at this point is pretty much circumstantial. So we're just, trying to get all of our ducks in a row so we can hopefully bring her home at some point.
And regarding Kaylene's disappearance, in the past, county police told me that they do have suspects, but they weren't identifying them. We'll keep you posted on any updates we receive. Back to you.
Prom day is July 16th and
She never would have left home without calling.
Praying for the best. I want my daughter home, man. And if she can't come home, I just want to know where she's at.
These posters around the town.
I agree. She was very young and he was much older than her. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I don't know the circumstances behind it. I know this girl's no longer here and this guy looks sus as fuck no matter what the situation. And I know that my city's government's doing shit about it. And I think her story needs heard. Yep, that's how boys should be raised, Lady R. All right, so let's give this one. He's on this one. I guess you'll get more of the story from this. I only listened to 8 minutes of it. So I'm going to push it back and we'll give it a listen.
Towns of Livermore and Jay beg anyone with information to come forward. Posters that Richard puts up every spring, never losing hope.
Tell me what happened to my daughter. Justin just put me in the arms so I can see her.
An arrest in a nearly 4-decade-old cold case thanks to cutting-edge DNA technology. The arrest happening exactly 39 years to the day.
When Parabon Nanolabs used that sample to create 3D models of the suspected killer's face.
It's heartbreaking. We miss her, and we're going to find her. We're going to keep looking until we do.
It's like a never-ending nightmare. It doesn't end. It keeps returning and coming back.
On the evening of January 9th, 2020, 20-year-old Kaylene Oling met with her ex-boyfriend, 45-year-old Mike Mano, to retrieve her grandmother's jewelry. At 1:36 a.m. on January 10th, 2020, Kaylene's mother received a text from Kaylene stating she would be home in the morning, and that is the last anyone has heard or seen from Kaylene. What happened to Kaylene Oling? Tonight, we're joined by her father, Jason Oling, who has made it his mission to find justice for his daughter and become an advocate for all missing person cases. So tonight I'm joined by Jason Oling. He is the father of Kaylene Oling, who disappeared January 10th, 2020 from Etna, Pennsylvania. Kaylene is described as 5'1" and 110 pounds. She was 20 years old at the time of her disappearance. Is that correct, Jason?
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining me tonight. And obviously, it's a difficult subject to talk about for you, I'm sure. I'm a father myself. I've got a 25-year-old, a soon-to-be 21-year-old, and a 9-year-old. So I can't imagine going through the pain and the loss that you've been going through over the last 2 years.
I tell you what, this last 2 years really changed actually all of us in the family. Myself, my children, my wife.
Okay, so I guess this takes place before they found Kaylene, because they said 2 years. So this is an old one. I thought I had seen another one that was more new. I'll try to find that one for next time while I'm pulling up more stuff. And we'll go over that because I'm going to continue to cover this at least twice a week. Get the link you shared on your wall. On your wall. Okay, I didn't see that. Hold on, let me let this play while I go do that.
My ex and her family.
I didn't know you shared something.
It's living hell is what it really is.
Now, would you take a moment just to describe Kaylene and what kind of daughter and sister she was?
Yes. Kaylene, she was always loving, always protective of her younger siblings. Growing up, she was very outspoken. Kaylene was more like a tomboy. She worked on cars and stuff with me. She wasn't too good in school. Books just was not her thing. But she was always a caring, loving person. She was a junior firefighter at my.
Can you guys hear me? I don't know where the volume went. It's saying everything's turned up. Hold on. Oh, there it is.
Hello, everyone. No intro tonight, no countdown. We're just going to get right into it. I have a special guest that I want to introduce you to. His name is Jason Oling, and I'm going to bring him on.
Hello, hi. My name is Jason Oling, and thank you very much for having me on. Because, as everyone knows, my daughter Kaylene Oling still needs a voice.
Yes, and that's why we're here, is to give families a voice. And I
Thank
know
you.
you're having some difficulty with that. So
Yes. It's
oh, go ahead.
okay. Go. No, you go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you tell us a little bit about Kaylene and what happened?
January 10th, 2020, Kaylene went missing. At the last time Kaylene's phone pinged was at 1:36 a.m. in the middle of the night. Her phone pinged with the suspect of the case, and that was the last time that Kaylene's phone pinged.
So he's saying their phones pinged together on the 62nd Street Bridge. You gotta be shitting me. Okay, no rest. Okay.
My ex and I, Kayleen's mother, we thought you had to wait 48 hours to report a young adult missing. So we waited until January 12th. We filed a report. Tiffany filed a report in person to Etna Borough Police. I followed up with an email so I could make sure it was in black and white. But I do want to correct so your viewers and everybody's aware. Later on, I found out no matter the age, you do not have to actually wait 48 hours. And that is actually federal because some cops will leave, some law enforcement don't even realize
I have a couple friends who were in a position where their children ran away, and that is what the police say. And now this one was a young adult. So, because it was an adult, that is how our city police will come to the house and tell you, well, you got to wait 48 hours. They're an adult. There's nothing we can do. Listen, a parent knows when something's wrong. There was a reason this man was reaching out. She didn't show up at her mother's. She was supposed to be at her mother's to babysit. They were calling her frantically.
matter what state you're in. And some of them might even go ahead and say, you got to wait. You do not wait. It is just like basically a murder case where, just like detectives say, the first 48 hours is actually the crucial part.
Exactly.
So, unfortunately, we didn't know that. And unfortunately, we reported Kaylene missing 2 days after. But the most unfortunate part, we found out from NamUs, that is a federal missing persons page. They deal with forensics and everything else. We found out actually from them that Etna Borough did not actually put Kaylene down as missing until, I believe so, it was March 13th. So nobody, over 2 months later, and nobody, even no other law enforcement, nobody knew Kaylene was missing.
So they didn't even put this young lady into the system for 2 months. I bet you this man was calling every day. Oh my God. That would infuriate me. That would infuriate me.
Then they also waited 5 months to question a suspect. And then they waited the 6 months. By June 15th, 2020, finally my daughter's case was transferred to Allegheny County Police.
Okay.
Which, of course, at times, me being a parent of, at the time,
Let me tell you that where they found his daughter is literally maybe 3-minute drive to the Allegheny County Homicide Detectives Unit. Like all of our most important police, SVU, all of that is in that building right there in that area. There is no excuse for this. None.
I'm a missing child. Of course, sometimes I have problems with Allegheny County Police, but they are just me being uptight, scared as a father. But in the long run, I always actually back up Allegheny County Police, and I am pleased with. I just wish, unfortunately, they had Kaylene's case a lot sooner, because at this point, after 6 months, Kaylene's been missing. They have nothing to go by,
Right.
other than just basically word of mouth, everything else.
Well, and any
So,
evidence of anything was long gone by then.
correct. Now,
Good start. Okay.
throughout that time of Kaylene missing, I personally retired.
Okay.
And at the time, and I became actually a missing persons advocate. I got actually, in the meantime and prior, anyways, I got certification for search and rescue.
And he has a pretty good following in my area and on Facebook, even with like other people that aren't local. It's just the case is not widespread. I don't know why. It should be. This is something the bigger news stations should be covering, you would think. This is a young lady already found. All the evidence points in a direction and they're not even questioning. It took them 6 months to question him the first time. Is that what he said? Wow.
I actually now have, oh, my screen went out. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, there you are. I'm sorry. Okay. I actually have personally a trained air sniffing dog and a trained tracking dog. A lot of people weren't aware of this. I actually wasn't aware of this until actually roughly about 3 years ago, around this time, that there is actually 3 different stage of dogs, actually, for search and rescue. So unfortunately, the state of Pennsylvania, to my knowledge, only has 2 for the whole state.
For the whole state.
So, yeah. So unfortunately, in no law enforcement have them. They're all nonprofit organizations that have them. So this, of course, as a scared parent and everything else, I wasn't accepting this.
Right.
So I called up my other daughter, Haley, and I said to Haley, I said, do you have any clothes of Kaylene's that haven't been washed? So, pardon me for 1 second. Pepper, come here. I apologize. I'm waiting for my wife to come home to actually get the dogs. Well, anyways, and so I got few of Kaylene's, because I have a lot of Kaylene's clothes and stuff here and everything else, but the problem was everything was washed. And still, I was told the dogs can still, even after wash, smell it in the clothes. But I wanted something really, really that my one dog could have. So Harley Quinn, that is my one dog that I trained for actually air sniffing. She wore to bed and wore Kaylene's shirt all the time and everything else. I have taken her on searches, and actually 2 of the searches, I believe, was with Allegheny County Police. One of them was probably about a year and a half ago, and we did find some evidence. At the time, we didn't know if it was evidence for Kaylene or something else. Now that Kaylene has been found, they found out, of course, it was for something else.
Right.
But my dog did find at the time 1 pair of shoe and a bone. And whenever I noticed that she had, I grabbed a hold of her. I called the homicide detectives. They came right out. And they asked me if I found the other shoe, and I said no. I said as soon as we found the one shoe in the bone, I knew to back off because now it's obviously a crime scene
Right.
and everything. It turned out to be which stop pepper, which I don't buy this, but it turned out to be according to Pepper, hey, Bubba, come here. Pardon me for once. Come here, come here.
Go ahead.
Settle down. I'm sorry. It was actually, you know what? Can you give me 1 minute? I'm putting them in the house.
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're all right.
Guys. Come on. Let's go in the house with the other dog.
Mute his mic here, everybody. So Kaylene was 20 years old, and she was from Pennsylvania. And she went missing. She was supposed to come home and babysit her siblings, and she never made it. So Jason, I'll have him get into that more, but he's gone through a lot, and I can tell that his mind is going super quick.
Here's what I'm gonna say. This guy's taking his dogs out, trying to train them to be cadaver dogs because they weren't even. That's sad. They weren't even searching like they should have been. That breaks my heart. You could tell he loved his daughter. He was very active. He's still very active.
So, like I said, she was 20 years old. They just recently found her. So we'll get into all of that. But I have to give this man credit right away. He retired and started being an advocate for the missing, and got dogs to train dogs and help the state. There's only 2 dogs in the whole state.
I am so sorry for you and your followers. I'm so sorry. Like I said, literally, I ran in the door at 7:55 to let. I have to leave when I'm not home for most of the day. I have to leave my 2 pits out first, and then my 2 shepherds separately. Because my 2 pits are mother-daughter, and my 2 shepherds are actually brother and sister. And only 1 boy, rest females. The females try to be dominant. So
it's my understanding a lot of people have criticized the father and the mother in my area. That's what somebody told me. I don't know if that's true. As I said, I didn't walk into this knowing all about it. But after Summer's case, I just want to do the right thing respectfully and get justice for this young girl. I understand people's opinions, but I'm not going to have any attacks, if it's okay, lady, or on appearance, at least until we know more about the situation, because I'm very new to this. So I don't want to make assumptions on people at the moment. I just want to get this girl's story out there. I feel like our state has dropped the ball on this so badly. Like, I don't understand why there's not justice. I know you're not. I know. Plus you guys got to remember, I live here. You know what I mean? This is my home. These people are from my city. How can I not help? Like, people were asking me, aren't you scared to cover that? This guy's crazy, people that know him, and a little bit. But this man lives in the same area. The Penn Hills they talked about is family members of mine. That's scary to me. I have friends in that area. The places he frequents, Etna, Sharpsburg, the whole area they're talking about. Some of my closest friends live in those areas. I lived in those areas for a while. And it's actually like, that's more so like Lawrenceville. A lot of people will hang out in Lawrenceville from that area. And it's like yuppie town now. But it used to be really bad. And it's still secretly riddled with drugs. I have a lot of friends I don't speak to now because they've been lost to the area. So this is like really hitting home for me. How could I not cover this? I can't believe that I didn't even see this until now. I don't think I could physically be on the news. I would faint. Yeah. I've been with my son and stuff. I didn't like it. Sort of felt forced to too, but that's another story for another day. I don't know. I can't believe that I missed this case. And I think it's important. I think this is an important case. And I don't understand why national news isn't picking this up. I wonder if Mr. Oling, I haven't really spoken to Mr. Oling except for once in a comment. He gave me permission to share Kaylene's story, but I seen something sad on his own personal Facebook yesterday. Now, this man hasn't reached out to me, but he friend requested me from all of his pages, and he filled my page the last few days with people from him. So I'm assuming he wants me to hear his daughter's case. And talking about being's late to it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I know it now. And now that Zappella's playing fucking games, I'm going to share it. And I'm hoping other people will share this too or listen to it. I only have 5 years. I told you guys, if I'm not talking about summer, they don't want to see it. They just want to see the drama. People aren't really here for victims. That's how I feel. That's right. He will yell at anybody who will listen. I just don't want attacks on his family. I was kind of scared about bringing it out, but man, this needs to be heard. This needs to be heard everywhere. I'm listening to more of this podcast. Hold on.
I mean, they're fine after the initial, because you figure I got 3 2-year-olds and 1 3. They're all puppies.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I didn't buy it. Supposedly, the anthropologist said it was a pig bone. But my opinion, why would there be a pig bone up at the Penn Hills cement factory? I mean, for the viewers that are out of state and wherever everybody is, where
Did he say the Penn Hills? What did he say? Yeah, but Washington Boulevard, that ain't Penn Hills. I'm going to have to listen to this again. Okay, guys, hold on. I'm not going to comment on that. Because where I'm thinking he's talking about is up by Schumann Center, which is like a juvenile detention center. That's Washington Boulevard. That's kind of strange. Okay, hold on.
in Pennsylvania.
Oh, because he's talking about a different case. He's saying he took his dog and his dog found something and they said it was a pig bone. Okay, well, at least the dog found a damn bone, right? But why would there be a pig bone? It had to have been a pet pig. There ain't no damn farms in Penn Hills, is there? No. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
So in the middle of nowhere, there's not going to be a pig bone.
Right.
But that's, according to them, it was a pig bone. So around that time, the main suspect of Kaylene's disappearance and murder sent myself, and at the time, she was a minor daughter, nude photos of Kaylene. Now, He originally sent them to me like a week prior. Not cops, the DA said there's nothing they can do about it because I'm an adult. Well, he did a stupid then, and he sent actually the nude photos like a week later to, at the time, my minor daughter. So he got picked up.
So his daughter's missing. This is in 2020. Oh, what? His daughter's missing. This man sent him naked photos of his daughter, and the police told him there's nothing they can do about it. What? This is 2 years in. You have an open investigation. You're already stating that their phones pinged together, according to the father, on a 62nd Street bridge in the middle of the freaking night. Like, that's nothing but highways on both sides. There's not even a sidewalk. Holy shit. He sends this man naked photos of his baby, and the police tell him there's nothing we can do about it. Okay. That's a problem.
Up and charged with 4 different accounts. And he pleaded no contest, with his basically not guilty to a corruption of minor charge. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania gave him 11 months served time because he couldn't bail out, because at the time he was actually on probation for 5 other felonies. And then they gave him a year probation.
Even after 5 felonies.
So the guy violates probation while doing this with felonies. Oh, yeah, we're digging into him. Yeah, the man was 44 or 45, something like that.
Oh, well, that's actually not even the half of it. Just in the state of Pennsylvania, the suspect of murdering my daughter, Kaylene Oling, the suspect, Michael Mano, he has been convicted of 13 felonies just in the state of Pennsylvania. And these are convictions, not just charges.
These are convictions?
He has 4 corruption of minor. 1 was from my child. He's been convicted of statutory sexual assault, arson, burglary with intent, whatever it's called. These are convictions, not just charges. These are convictions. He's been convicted of it. Stolen gun possession. Stolen gun possession. One of the other ones was also drug trafficking. Now, whenever I say just in this state, he also has a record that I know of in 3 other states: Florida, Virginia, and New Jersey. Oh, wait, no, in Georgia.
So, and I also know that in our state, he travels county to county because he met my sister-in-law at a drug house. They spent like 3-4 days there together, not her and him. She was with another guy. And that was what did Angie tell me? 2017, I believe. And she hasn't seen him since. But while they were staying there, she added him to her Facebook, and that's how he's on her Facebook. She said this from a jail phone. So I believe her. But we do know that he goes from Allegheny County to Butler County, and he knows people in Butler. So I didn't know that. Boy, you've been digging. Good job, Lady Or. I'm going to have to catch up. I haven't had a chance. You see what I've been dealing with. Derailment. But okay, hold on.
4 other states. And this is somebody who.
Yes, he's free. They've never made an arrest. That's what this man, her father, is fighting right now. I mean, I think he even like ran for office somewhere or something. He's taken his dogs out. This man searched for the 3 years that his daughter was missing. He was out there very proactive. It's sickening.
Keeps getting away. I say getting away with stuff because in other states, 3 strike rule, 3 felonies, and they lock away the key. Well,
He didn't have a 17-year-old girlfriend. His girlfriend was 20. The 17-year-old was her sister. He was sending nudes to her sister while she was missing. 2 years after she was missing, he was also sending comments and messages to the father stating that he killed her. When you get a chance, go back. That's all at the beginning of the live.
What was his relationship with Kaylene?
He was, unfortunately, an ex-boyfriend of Kaylene. Okay. He was more than twice her age. I didn't know about him actually until November. Actually, until like a few days before they actually broke up. I didn't even know of him. Okay. It was kept secret of me. And one of the reasons why is pretty much why.
Here we go. Now we're hearing about it. So Kaylene didn't tell her father about it. Let's see if she told the mother. He's saying it was kept a secret.
I had actually Penn Hills police come to my house knocking on my door because I had a few words with them.
Right.
So this way, shortly after, Kaylene finally wised up and everything else.
And now let me tell you, there's another girl involved that I guess was going to be a witness for this case. I haven't really looked into what her involvement is yet. I haven't had my husband reach out to her yet. But my husband is friends with another woman that this man abused. He grew up with this woman his whole life. His mother and her mother are best friends. And Jason, Mr. Oling, provides those screenshots. Now, I've been a little worried about reaching out to my mother-in-law and stuff, but I'm going to. So I'm going to that's what I'm telling you guys. Like, I have direct contact with people who have had direct contact with this man. I also have another friend of mine, Tin, who I might be able to even come up on panel, maybe. But she lived around the corner from him and another girlfriend that this man abused. So he's known to be abusive in the neighborhoods. Okay, hold on.
And around the time of the nudes, photos that were sent to us, I know people will see floating around in the exact same account that Allegheny County District Attorney's Office, Stephen Sapala, already had the warrant and already seen. That is also, and where Mano pleaded to, admitting guilt that he's the one that sent the nudes. That is also the messenger account that he messaged me that he killed her, and too bad I can't search his backyard.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Now, a lot of people are blaming the police because they see up at the top, I sent it to actually the police and everything else. I will say, this is not the police because I do know there is at least three times that the police went down to Allegheny County District Attorney's office. I'm not sure. I don't think it's Steven Sapalo himself, but it's his office. He's the DA. They went down three times and went to hand an arrest warrant. And each time they seen Michael Mano, they pushed the papers back to the police. Now, the problem is I am wrong on something. I hammered the police not too long ago saying basically, I've never heard of such a thing because normally you have to get a warrant actually off of a judge. So I got set straight by the sergeant, and he told me in Allegheny County itself, murder charges has to be signed by the DA, not a judge.
Okay.
I know that to be fact. He's right about that because of my brother. The DA had to sign off on his charges.
So a lot of people are saying about, and this is over 3 years now. How is it the paperwork? I already know for a fact the county has had the paperwork done, actually even prior to Kaylene being found. They've had it done.
Why isn't the DA pulling the trigger and arresting them?
Well, what happened originally, so this is the sarcastic, funny part. Originally, he said basically no body, no crime, which is inaccurate. Because just like even in our state over towards Lancaster, even the Amish, I keep forgetting her last name, but Linda, they actually arrested him prior to having a body. He actually pleaded and said where the body was to get a lesser charge. So it's not even Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I didn't follow that case. There was an Amish woman that was murdered up in Lancaster. That's where the plane crashed on 9/11 up in that area. I should look into that case too. Hold on. That was a while ago. Hold on.
Pennsylvania. It's actually Allegheny County District Attorney's office is where the whole holdup is. So fast forward, Kaylene was found March 19th
of
this year, 2023.
There's another case, Lady Orr, that I would really, really, really love to dig on in Allegheny County that happened in McKeesport. It's a young girl named Kimberly Krim. I was in my early 20s when she disappeared. Early 20s. My sister was best friends with her. My mom was friends with her mother. They found her in a cemetery with her clothes on her face, folded up. It was heart-wrenching to go through that as somebody who knows somebody. Her name was Kimberly Krim. You can look the case up. I believe that case was a cover-up, and that's a case I won't cover because of my thoughts on the cover-up. It goes deep. But if you look the case up, you'll see what I'm talking about. Yes, Kimberly Krim, Krimm. Yeah. I was really like in our area at that time, we went through a lot. It was around the same time that Tanya went missing. She's another one. The Hose, what was his name? Jose Hose or something. John Hose. He was a security guard, I believe, or janitor at Cornell, which was in McKeesport, a school that I had gone to. I was already out of that school at the time. I was again early an adult. It was all around the same time. I had just met my husband, and this guy that worked at the school took this girl. It was crazy, and they didn't even search. He continued to work at the school. There's a lot of screw ups where I live. Yes, Krim, Krimm, Kimberly Krim. My friend Thad used to date her. He had a lot of issues too, you know. But I mean, I've been through cases like this in my area where people have gone missing where I've lived. There's so many cases I believe that are covered up. That Kimberly Kim case is a huge one, but because of the close ties with our family, I won't cover it. I don't want to say something or do something that would hurt them. Yes. Right next to the hood. Like I just moved out of the projects that was right there to Oakland, Pennsylvania, right when it happened. Like it was like a week or two after I had moved out. That was a crazy case. Poor Kimmy. Okay.
Nobody, news didn't even know that female remains were found. March 20th.
Go ahead.
March 20th. I got a phone call from Sergeant Dolphy at Allegheny County Homicide. And he said, Jason, he said, I want to let you know before you find out elsewhere that a small medium bra was found with the remains. So
that's sad, and I don't mean to interrupt, but there's another case of somebody I was best friends with, a very, very close friend. I wouldn't say best friends, but we had a gang of friends. Her name's Lisa Kavak. I'd have to get the correct spelling of her name, but she went missing. Her family moved to Arizona. She stayed back here in Glassport, in a town I moved into. And her boyfriend, who also lived there, stopped in Arizona to see her mother and sister where they moved, which I'm surprised they moved that far. But, and then they were on their way to California, and Lisa went missing, and nobody's been able to find her since. The boyfriend returned home. She's still gone. It breaks my fucking heart, dude. So many cases like this, young adults. Crazy.
I told him, I said, well, I'm going to tell my two older girls that because
Kavak, Lisa, Caveict or something. It was like a really, I'll find her name. I'll get the spelling. I'll find her missing poster. I've shared it before. She was on some shit. Like a lot of people from where I live. It's bad here too. So many, especially the towns that are named during these cases when you watch them. Cevict, Cevict. It's something like that.
I'm actually sitting in the parking lot of my oldest daughters at the time to pick up my other daughter. And I after I picked up Haley from Michaela's, I dropped Haley off at her mom's in Pittsburgh. And to who I am, because I don't care, I found out where rough area where the remains were found. And I noticed there was a Pittsburgh Police Zone 5 police station right nearby. So I went walking in and I explained to them, I said, I'm a missing persons advocate. I said,
So I live in Zone 3. For a long time, I lived in Zone 5. Zone 6. What is that? What's Oakland, Bloomfield, Lawrenceville? One's 5, one's 6. Isn't it? They're different.
I think they're different.
So I've also lived in Zone 5 and 6. Okay, hold on.
Also, I have a missing child. I said, the reason why I'm here, I know that chance, like I told you, I tried, whenever I explained it to my daughters, since the only thing we're going by at this point is just a brawl at this point, I tried even explaining to my daughters, you never know nowadays anymore anyways. So they didn't even say male or female, nothing. Well, anyways, so when I explained to them at Zone 5 who I was, why I was there, I told them, I said, obviously I know more than the news media if I'm telling you I know a small medium brawl was found.
Right.
So in the meantime, they gave me the special crimes unit name of the two officers, and they went ahead and gave me the phone number, and they called while I was there and talked to one of them, and he said to me, he'll be there in like a half hour. I said, well, if I leave here and I go down to Pittsburgh Police Headquarters, that's roughly around the time. So I go down there and I talk to Special Victims Unit Officer Clifton, and I greeted myself, and he basically like, why are you here? How do you? And I said to him, I said, I'm here because I know pretty much more than anybody else, and this is why. And I explained to him about Kaylene and everything, and he goes, come with me. So we sat down in the conference room and we were talking, and I was given a description of what Kaylene was last seen wearing, everything else. And I told him, I said, I wasn't online prior to Kaylene going missing. I went online after Kaylene went missing, so I didn't get to see her live right before she went missing. I said, but my other daughter.
Did you find it? Mm-hmm. Lots of them, but you have to remember my friend Lisa actually went missing from California or Arizona, one or the other. But from my state, yeah. Sad.
Did, and I have a snapshot of a picture of what she was wearing. So I hand him the phone, and when I handed him the phone, and I seen him go to his notepad, and he just sat my phone down and slid it back over to me. Right there, I unofficially knew.
Right.
And right there, I unofficially knew. He didn't tell me it's Kaylene or anything.
No, the body language, you could tell.
But that's what.
Yeah, it's definitely not spelled like that, though. It's Vect. VECT. VICT. It's spelled different. CE. I think it's even CE. I'll find it. It looks like French or something. Okay.
It was. And once he seen the blouse she was wearing and everything else, and I knew because I also have other cases in the area, and it only fit the description of Kaylene and Tony Turner. But I could tell by his body language. So I get back to my vehicle, and I kept saying someone else could be wearing similar clothes.
Right.
I'm just saying that stuff.
Right.
So I didn't even tell my wife, and they were waiting on dental. And if it had to do with DNA, I've already given the police my DNA and everything to help with the investigation. And it's my DNA has also been uploaded on NamUs and everything. And 24th, I got the phone call from Sergeant Dolphy, and he said, "Jason, I'm so sorry." And he said it's confirmed. And
I'm so sorry.
And so my wife's up at the farm. I'm gonna keep mentioning farm because during Kaylene being missing, I got horses and I have them up at an Amish farm to help occupy my mind. And I just fell for one of the horses. And well, anyways, and I called her and I said, "You gotta come home. You gotta come home. You gotta come home." And the only thing I remember, I have gates in my house because I rescue animals. So I have gates in my house. And I remembered I did get the shepherds in the cage, but I never remembered opening two of the gates. Later on, Robin.
I don't mean to bring Summer's case up, but it makes you wonder, don't it? You don't see him go, "My daughter was resurrected."
Didn't tell me, my wife, Rob, I did actually go through them, but I was just so blacked out at this point. But I remember leaving, and I, at this point, went to go to the farm. She passed me because the farm's only 3 minutes from my cottage. And I grabbed a hold of my best friend, Neil, and I kept saying, "They have to be wrong. They have to be wrong." And so Haley, she kept saying, "I had to go home. I had to go home. Where is he?" And I just, well, so I get, I, I, I try to get some strength. And at this point, with me being actually with Kaylene's next of kin, I knew I was going to need to be in the city at this point because I live an hour and 20 minutes away. And I said, I was supposed to take my oldest daughter in, and of course my wife. I'm pointing because she's finally home. And I just left while Robin was getting ready. I just left because and I don't know. And so I went in and I was just sitting there down in Pittsburgh. I used to have a houseboat actually with Kaylene and Haley. I had a houseboat down in Fox Chapel Yacht Club and everything else, and because the girls, a lot of their some of their life they live with me and everything, and so I went down at this point at the yacht club because I was just sitting on one of the docks. It's like no trust, but I know majority of the people down there, and they know me. It's like on their docks. I'm not recommending people going down there and going on the dock because you either have to own a boat on that or be with someone on the boat. So, and then I got a phone call from Channel 2 and Channel 4 asked if I was going to be able to go on the news. And as much as with a lot of things, I want to say no, I know I can't because Kaylene can't speak for herself. So I said, yeah, when? And they said they got a hold of me at like noon, and it was supposed to be like around 4ish. And said yes, not a problem. I don't deal with Channel 11 News. I only deal with Channel 2 and Channel 4. Well, it was not even an hour prior, and I called up the one newscaster that was going to be interviewing me. I said, I have a problem. She goes, what's that? I said, you guys want me to meet you at the scene where my daughter actually was found? She said, yes. What? I said, I don't know. I said, I don't know where it's at. Well, not like in a scene, right, but near where Kate. And I said to them, I said, the only thing that I have is from a news report, the 1200 block of Washington Boulevard. I said, I'm looking at a hillside. I don't know where, and I don't know where you all want to meet me. Right. So we figured that out and everything else. So it's now 4:00. News media is there. Kaylene's mother's side of the family got there and everything else. I had Haley go on with me. And the city of Pittsburgh actually opened up the scene this day on the 24th. So we asked the city of Pittsburgh if we could go over the hill where actually Kaylene was found so we could actually lay flowers down. So it was myself and my oldest daughter and a real good friend of the family. And we went over the hill. We were the only three left. We went over the hill and I got in contact. Actually, he got in contact with me, one of the people that found Kaylene's remains. And he got a hold of me, and thank goodness he did, because I then called him back at this time, and I said, where was my daughter found on this hillside? Right. So he said at the bridge and at the pole in the middle, straight over this, that, what have you. So as I'm going over the hill,
So man, so I guess he's saying dude lives up on this hill, the dad. Fucking red trucks. Everywhere. By Bone Row and Settlers. Benora and Sattlers. I know where that is. Crazy.
I see an orange flag. Girl, stop. Which in the woods with there's not leaves on trees yet stands out.
Right.
So I make a way down to this orange flag. And this is from the city of Pittsburgh. The marker that said skull, my daughter's skull, was still there. Forensics gloves were still there. So that's actually not the bad part yet. So of course, whenever I seen that, I lose it and everything else, and I'm crying and everything else. And my oldest, Michaela, she says to me, she grabs a hold of me and she starts crying. She goes, Daddy. I said, what? And she's crying. She goes, Daddy. She goes, we are 4 feet from the marker. She goes, Daddy, am I stepping on my baby sister? I said, what? So at this point, I called 911 because there was a bone. I called 911. After I called 911, my daughter's phone was dead already. Mine only had 1% left. So the only thing I could think of, because strength with people, the only thing I could think of is I went on Facebook live real fast to have the people as backup. So I went live. I even showed the bone live and everything else. 3 days, the cops came, forensics came. Forensics said that they found another bone. My daughter and I, we found, and a friend of the family found 2. The forensics found another bone. Come here. The problem with my one shepherd, my duck, she finally had 2 babies.
I don't know what the hell's going on here.
So my oldest and I and a family friend is actually at the scene where skull was found. Here's a question for you. This was, hey, Pittsburgh police in the city of Pittsburgh, if this was properly investigated, why did we find another one of my daughter's bones? And why did you guys even leave stuff? This is a bone. This is a bone, city of Pittsburgh. Why is this not taped off? Why isn't it dug up to see if there is any other remains? Why is this not dug up to see if there's a murder weapon? Anything.
Until November 2nd, Allegheny County District Attorney. I can't wait. What do we want? Justice for Kaylene Oling. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice for Kaylene Oling. When do we want it? Now. Removal of Allegheny County District Attorney Stephen Sapala.
So with her being a herding dog, she's trying to get in the duck pen with the little babies.
Yeah.
And my wife just got home and let the dogs out that I took inside for a reason. Pepper leg. Pepper. Pepper. Pepper.
Told you all dogs are assholes. The wife let the dogs in. That's cute. Let the dogs out. Aw, this poor guy. My heart bleeds for him. Please share their story if you watch this.
Okay, so
Out there in the
I go.
look a lot better. Did they search more after you found these bones?
Yes and no. They searched more and came up with another bone. Just one other bone. Those forensic people, they weren't the forensics corner. They were whoever they send out. They said with just looking, human bone, this, that, what have you. So 3 days later, I get a phone call. I remember I was actually on one of my horses, and I get a phone call from the coroner's office. Jason, it's confirmed the bones are not human. So I said to the forensic coroner manager, Nelson, that said that to me. I said, Nelson, I said, this isn't part of a cover up or anything, is it? He goes, what are you talking about? I said, do you realize I have pictures actually of the bones? And I was on live. I said, my daughter's case has been so screwed up since the beginning. I hope you're not going to be a part of it. I'll talk to the anthropologist, this, that, what have you, and everything. So 3 more days later pass.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Oling, it's confirmed it was my daughter's bone that was on live was her forearm.
So they tried to cover it up? Oh my God. They tried to tell him it wasn't his daughter's bone? What the fuck is going on here? I'm demanding answers. I think the world should. I cannot believe this is going down in the city I live in. And I had more confidence than I do right now in our police. As somebody who lives here, this is disgusting. Or government officials. Zapilla, you need thrown out. That's my opinion.
The other picture we have was my daughter's either shoulder or elbow. But now at this point, when I told them it was live,
Yeah.
now we got a real answer. Yeah. So around this time, there was a TikTok, I'm pretty sure TikTok, what do you call it, account, and they do crime stuff.
Yeah.
And I was actually friends with one of them on Facebook, and she's calling me and everything else, and I'm wondering why she's calling. Well, they actually went up to the scene also.
Okay.
Finally, at this point, the police finally shut it down, the area. And now it is and still remains an active crime scene. Because now, after that happened, Pittsburgh police.
So this guy is trying to be nice to this TikToker, but you see how people come in and try to get video, and it took them until after that to shut the crime scene down. Again, disgusting, especially in such a public area. That is a fucking highway.
Trust me, I'm not laughing. Did this.
We're done. Yep.
The lieutenant of Pittsburgh said to me, "Do you know how I can get a hold of Sergeant Dolphy?" I said, "Well, yeah." I said, "I have his personal number. Why?" And it's like 8:00 at night at this point.
Right.
He goes, "We're transferring the case straight to them." And I said, "Yeah, why?" Because Aetna screws up in the beginning. They transfer the case to Allegheny County.
Because of my brother's case, I'm going to have to disagree a little bit with the dad here. All the homicide cases for Allegheny County, I know this, get transferred down to East Liberty, which is what I just spoke about a little prior. So all the cases that are of homicide nature get transferred down into East Liberty, which is not far. Like Larimer's right there. Go look at the map. You can see Larimer Avenue. That's where, when I first clicked on it, my map was on. Crazy.
Pittsburgh police. So I contact Mayor Ed Gainey. According now to his office, Pittsburgh transferred the case. It's not their problem. I said to him, bull crap. From the time my daughter was found until after my other child and I found my daughter's remains, it is your problem. Because you guys didn't transfer it until after your screw up. So I kept saying to him, what is going to happen with law enforcement or whoever opened up this crime scene? Still haven't heard back, but I've been talking. I'm not doing this for money. And I told them that. Actually, I'm so sorry. She keeps bringing the dogs out to me. I'm outside to be actually away from the dogs. Well, anyways, lawyer contacted me and everything else, and I told him flat out, I said, I don't want money. I said, I know what lawyers already see.
Right.
Lawsuits, money lawsuits. I said, I want justice for my daughter every which way, not just putting the murder of my daughter behind.
Yeah, Cyril Wecht is ours. He's all right. He's world renowned, that's for sure, but he doesn't always get the cases right. He's had some controversy around him. But yeah, he's World renown. You're right. That's what I'm saying. Pittsburgh doesn't usually make huge mistakes like this. I don't understand. And it's big shoes to fill his place because he just recently like retired, and he was still doing work outside of like dude does Hollywood stars, and I don't even know how that old man's still alive, to be honest with you. All right.
Time bars, but everybody who's been screwing up.
Yes.
Okay, people are human. People are human. I know people are human, but a lot of this could have been avoided.
I voted for Ed Gainey. Ed Gainey, I'm telling you, if there's not an arrest, I'll make sure nobody votes for you again. I will go out and beg people not to vote for you. Something needs to be done.
If there was actual proper procedure. And what turns my stomach is they even all know they screwed up when they keep handing every time after they screw up, handing everything to Allegheny.
I'm covering Summer's case. I don't even know what's going on in my own area. I didn't know he passed away. And that was recent. Wow. Like that man worked till death. That is so sad. I didn't know that. I need to start paying attention to my local news. I'm like, yeah, last month. Damn. I'm shocked that why didn't you tell me Sarah Weck died? You look at the news every day.
I really didn't know.
Shame on you. All right, hold on.
County to try to make Allegheny County look bad. So I even went on the news and said, I back up Allegheny County 100%. 100%. Okay, 99.9%.
Right.
But I am happy with how they have been handling the case. I'm really happy with how Sergeant Dolphy's been handling me. The reason why is at times whenever we talk and everything else.
Lady R, if while you're searching for this, if you could find a more recent podcast with him on it, I'd like to know if there was one. Of course, I'm going to post this on my Facebook so they know I did it. I probably should have did this on both. I'm probably not going to put the cussy word thumbnail on. I'll go make another thumbnail and post it on Facebook, and hopefully he'll see my live. But I do intend on reaching out to him and to others. Guys, like I'm thrown into this drama stuff in Summer's case, so I kind of worry about the perception I'm going to get trying to cover another case. So I'm a little nervous. I'm trying to like find my wings here, and I know that the man friend requested me. I know that he sent a bunch of other channels and places to friend request me. I haven't had the opportunity to go check them all out yet, but I'm definitely gonna like really start digging in on this case. It was a lot. Like I have all this other stuff going on over here. And then I found out that my sister-in-law was friends with the suspect. You know what I mean? And I'm not close to her. I'm close to another sibling of theirs. To be honest with you, I don't even know them all that well. You know what I mean? Like my ex met that. I don't know. It's just crazy. We're not going to get into that. But that held me back a little bit. So then as I'm posting some stuff on my Facebook, another friend reaches out to me And I just haven't had the opportunity to sit and talk to these people and figure out who knows who. Now, I will tell you the dad looks much different now than he did a few years ago. And a few years ago, his face looks familiar to me. I don't know if I know him or what it is, but the name even sounds familiar. So, like, I'm really shocked. I do got to start paying attention to my own news. It's crazy that I've just not covered this case. I should have been covering her while she was missing. That's what I'm saying. So much time consumed on one case. But yeah, thank you. If you can find anything newer, that would be fantastic. I would love to see this. And I'm going to go start searching Facebook because he's very active on Facebook. And I'm going to share his Facebook page with you guys too. So I'll put that in my community post and you guys can, his missing people's Facebook page if people want to join over there. Let me open my laptop and see what I can find for podcasts. Sounds great. Okay, let's play this. I've been on 2 hours. It's been a long day covering stuff, leaving, going out with my husband, coming back. So I'm probably going to stay about another hour. This is 2 hours long and I'll finish it up. Okay, hold on.
He's also a compassionate man. He might not truly understand what I'm going through, but whenever I, let's say, lash out or what my other kids will say, do something stupid online, like he even says, nobody knows what a parent would do.
Right.
In everything else, or how to act, and yeah. So I mean, I don't say I don't say that he's saying what I do is appropriate, but he says he understands
Right.
that I'm literally each day now is also even getting worse. So back to the case. Still to this day, the murder charges have not been signed yet. I was told, and Stephen Sapala, district attorney, it was brought to my attention Tuesday. There's actually from Washington, D.C., civil rights group is actually suing the district attorney now also. So it's not now just me.
It's others
in my family battling him. It's actually now also others. Now, I was told that he was trying to get a political gain from actually Kaylene. And the reason why, one of Kaylene's pages that I had hashtag missing Kaylene 2020.
Right.
She has actually over 279,000 followers. So I was told he is actually was waiting closer to election to file paperwork, to sign the paperwork.
Look good.
Now, me, what he doesn't realize, in my county, what he doesn't realize, because I'm not in the same county,
Right.
I made a public post and I said, you want to play political? I'm going to throw it right back at you. This is actually on the ballot, Republican candidate Jason Oling. So if you actually want to play political, I got my county that we will actually play political right back at you. If you're going to try to make a political gain from my daughter.
Yep.
So what he doesn't realize is I'm running up here for supervisor. And so far, knock on wood, I hold 52.9% of the vote. And I know this because 52.9% of voters in my county in Wilmington Town.
This man has gone to bat for his daughter. I'm proud of him for sticking up and sticking to and not giving up. Some of his posts that he has recently sounds like he's giving up. Sad. No, I'm sharing this. I will be I don't care if nobody watches. He is doing a great job. He has done everything. He's gone against politically. He's searched. He's trained his dogs. The podcast you find is the most recent. Okay. Then I'm going to reach out to him. I just don't want to be overbearing. You know what I mean? I don't want him to think he's coming to a drama channel. I don't want to cause drama. This man has done everything he possibly can in his power. Yeah, I hope so. I really do. I hope they do watch. I hope they share. If not mine, if you don't like me, share the podcasts that I'm sharing. Go look up his daughter's Facebook and all the other stuff. I'm going to post them. Give me a little bit because I got to go make a thumbnail, and I still haven't even taken out Summer's music video from... Oh, sorry. I've been lazy. That's what's going on. I've been lazy with my internet stuff. From what I see, you can't curve him to do shit, and he wants to talk to people about her. Yep, I agree.
Ship is actually Amish. My horses are at an Amish farm.
Yep.
My wife is the only English person that actually works for Amish. We drive Amish. I know every single Amish family, and I know that they're all voting for me. So, like I told Steven Sapella, if you want to play political, I can play political also, because I am against. Another reason why I'm going for political is not for just Kaylene. And not really any of Kaylene. It's because here's the other thing, and a lot of people are saying, "Well, you're trying to use also Kaylene as lever." I said, "Wait a second." I said, "Why in hell do you think I'm running actually for Kaylene?" I said, I'm running because I want my name to make my daughter famous, not the other way around.
Right.
Like Sergeant Dolphy and I were talking. I'm not even in Allegheny County where my daughter went missing and was found.
Right.
So, you don't have Allegheny County voters. This has nothing, this has to do with, I want to better my community. I'm retired. I'm going for a non-working seat. I want to better my community. But in the meantime, I want to fight for making sure police departments have the actual funding they need for missing and murdered cases. I'm going to try and fight for, of course, for more cadaver dogs.
Exactly.
I mean, police, they have dogs to find drugs and everything else. So why is there that I know of there?
We have tons and tons of canine units. Tons. I don't know how many. I should look that up.
I'm probably wrong, but I know of two groups, nonprofit groups in Pennsylvania that have cadaver dogs. Why? So I want to help the fight for missing in everybody else.
Exactly.
So I get a phone call from the coroner's office, and I had my other daughter Haley pick the funeral home where she wanted Kaylene, because I didn't want to be a jerk and just go pick somewhere.
Right.
And no offense, where Kaylene's mother and family was suggesting I wasn't for. So the one day I took Haley, she's having, which everyone pray for all my kids, and pray for Haley. She's having a very, very, very bad problem with her legs at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
And so I take her to her physical therapy, and as we were going, I said, we this is before the coroner called me. I'm sorry, I rewound a little. I said, Haley, I said, where would you want us to have Kaylene? And she goes, where we had Grandpa. Both of my parents are passed. All my grandparents are passed. All my uncles are passed. I have 2 aunts, I believe, and then the rest is just my generation, actually.
Right.
And so Haley said where Grandpa Jim was. Now, I tried doing stupid humor to try to lighten moods and try to even lighten my own head. So I said to her, I said, which Grandpa Jim? She goes, Grandpa Jim. I said, Haley, your Grandpa Jim, my dad, is Junior. My Grandpa Jim is Senior, and they both were 2 different funeral homes, Haley.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm trying to get with. I'm like, which Grandpa? So she said, you're my grandpa. I said, Block Funeral Home. She goes, yeah. She said, but we would never be able to afford. So I said, don't worry about that. I said, Daddy will figure things out. So I called up Tiffany and I said to her, I said, Haley's telling me you two were talking about possibly Box, and is this right? And she goes, yeah. I said, is this what you two want? I said, because I agree with Box. And she said, yes. I said, okay, fine. So I called up the coroner's office and I told him, I said, put the lift on the paperwork. I had it at the coroner's office that you needed my signature and my ex's signature, not the coroner. I mean, not the funeral home.
Right.
To sign for the release of Kaylene. I did that not just so Tiffany couldn't take Kaylene out of the coroner's office, but in turn that I couldn't either, because I told the coroner's office we're having a dilemma where we're laying Kaylene out. So I called up the coroner's office. I told them to lift that, and I said we decided Bach. So I called up Bach and I explained to him who I was, Kaylene's father. And then I explained to him, I said, I'm not sure if you've been watching the news and everything else. Kaylene's been missing for over 3 years. And it's a case that's been on TV. I have how many YouTube podcasts out and everything else. I told him, I said, and I work with 12 other advocates national. We have we help each other out nationally.
Right.
And I said to,
And it's so different than the Summer Wells community. Him and his advocates are really close. And they're all over his Facebook stuff, pictures. You could tell that they care for him, the people that he works with. I'm not sure how deep it goes, but from what I see so far, it's way different from what I've experienced here. And I'm happy to see that. There needs to be more of that. Yeah. I'm going to have to go look in. I might just have to ignore everybody's noise for a couple days and just really dig on this case because I haven't had a chance to really do that yet. That's why we're watching the podcast. I'm cheating a little. Okay. But I'm trying to get these people some views too because some of them are really low on views. So, and I think they're really professionally done, Hold on, my husband's making gross man noises in the background. He don't give no shits. Tell my audience you're sorry, not me. He's over there burping and shit. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hold on.
I said to Bach, I said, I don't know how something like this works. I can tell you 10,000 people could show up, 10 people could show up. I don't know.
Right.
Because we got so many followers and so much support. So what he did was,
let's get his response to that. Lady Orr said, way to go, Homer. Oh, he said he was clearing his throat. It wasn't a burp. Even still. Jesus. Told you guys anything can happen over here. I thought he was burping.
Now fast forward, I got the phone call. Kaylene was released the box and everything else. So I went in there and Kaylene, I'm big time old fashioned Roman Catholic, and I do not believe in cremation. But due to Kaylene's been in a shallow grave in the woods for over 3 years, and I know my other children was going to want ashes of Kaylene, I gave in and said we could cremate Kaylene. But while I was sitting there with Larry Bach, which everybody I recommend Bach's Funeral Home. They're just Larry and Emily are great people. Well, I was sitting there and I told them what days I was thinking of because I had people coming in from out of state, and so did the other side of the family. And I told him, I said, even though we're getting Kaylene cremated, I need a casket. And he said 4. I said, I'm having Kaylene buried in one of my cemetery plots. And he said, since she's getting cremated, she doesn't need a casket. And of course, a lot of people with him hauled because I ordered the casket, and like I told him, and he said, I told him, I said, my daughter was in the woods for 3 years without a bed. I want my daughter to have a comfortable bed. I said, I need my daughter to have a comfortable bed.
Right.
Even though it's actually against Roman Catholic of separating ashes, but I look at it as it's actually old timers of Roman Catholic. It's actually against our religion to cremate. So actually,
I'm Roman Catholic. My grandparents were very Roman Catholic. They've instilled the non cremating in me too. My sister cremated my mother and separated the ashes between all of us. Of course, I took the ashes, but it was not my decision. Yeah, it was wrong. It's just sad to think of his reasoning, and I can see that. My heart breaks for him. I can't stand to sit by and watch this like a grown man, his daughter. And you could tell he loves his children. He has other children, and his Facebook is filled with love and love from other people. You could tell he has a lot of community that loves him too. You know? I just, it's shocking to me that there hasn't been an arrest, or that it isn't in the news, or that they're not looking for somebody, or if they don't believe it's Mano, then what the hell? But their phones pinged together? I mean, that's evidence. In the middle of a bridge, like a busy bridge, like that's a busy bridge. And then in proximity to where she was found, I just don't understand it. Yeah, I don't know if it was the police or homicide. Like I said, Allegheny County here, they pick up all the homicides. Pretty much. They wronged Kaylene's father. He should sue the shit out of them when all this is done, talking about lawsuits. I don't even think he wants to do that. He just wants justice for his child. Like, I can't believe this. Could you imagine finding your child's bones? A lot of people want to go to the spot where their loved ones were found after something. Hold on a minute, I got a cough. Did y'all know I was dying according to Tiffany Marie? I cough all the time and I'm dying. Slithers. I would not be okay. I wouldn't be okay neither. I mean, it's just like they were going there to do a memorial site. Is that what he said? And there's tons of those here. And Pittsburgh police has a problem with that. When my son's friend Jake Diehart was murdered, and you can look that up, I spoke about it. I was here. My son seen it. He lived. That's part of the reason why my kids moved in with me, was because it happened right outside my son's door. And he walked outside to go to work and didn't know what was going on. And his friend, one of his friends from high school, is laying in front of him. But the police left like tons of evidence behind. Tons. It was disgusting. Like, I feel like they in my city, there's a lot of times where I feel like they're very disrespectful to the victim in that sense. I don't think that they mean to be. They're very busy here. So I can get why they can make some mistakes, but I mean, when it's evident, that was a large bone that he showed, in my opinion. Right, it wasn't teeth. Right. I thought he said it was her arm, but yeah. I mean, we got to get better here. And this is why I've been crying out, even for my community that I live in. I've been fighting because there's so much, like, man, I feel like it's hidden. I feel like there's so much shit that should be going on nationally, and everybody should know about it. An arm. Yeah, and then we got that, like, smiley face killer that's, like, killing all these young white men down in Southside. Like, it's just bad here. Look that up. I think even Sheriff, what's his name, Mark Prairie Boy, he covered the smiley face killer in Pittsburgh, but he did an awful job at it. He didn't dig deep into it, but that's interesting. I'd like to go over some of those cases. Dakota James. Yeah. Okay. This dude's charges. Wow. Look in Allegheny County. We have our system's free. You can look up all the court papers. That might be why. You should just be able to go to Allegheny County and look it up. But his whole record is public and PDF. Yeah, Pennsylvania is pretty free with that. Okay, hold on. Especially Allegheny County. They don't give no shits. They'll blast a motherfucker. They don't give a shit about much around here sometimes.
My half of the ashes, I actually divided in half to make sure to put Kaylene in the casket.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, Jason.
You know, like today, I'm all right. The greenhouse, they're having their Mother's Day thing tomorrow, and I'm the cook. I don't know why they have me as the cook. I used to jag around. I said because I'm fat, you want me to cook. Well, anyways, I said to Neil a couple days ago, I said, what's the chances of one of the other boys actually cooking? He said, probably slim to none. Why? I say, because I don't know how I'm going to be.
Right.
Like, for instance, today, I there was this little girl with her dad, and it made me think of one of the videos that I've uploaded. Kaylene, she was 3 years old, and you hear her saying, "Daddy," and when I heard this little girl, I started getting upset. I went outside, and I start gaining my strength, and I'm just leaning there and everything else in the doorway. So finally, I went walking up in the aisle, and I grabbed. I'm gonna say flowers.
Right.
I don't know flowers. So I grab a 4-pack, and they're actually ones that I actually bought a couple of the flats for Kaylene and everything. And I I said, whenever the gentleman was, him and his daughter walking out, and she's holding a stuffed animal, and I said to Robin, Robin, put this on my tab. I said,
I was thinking about calling down there, but I already know that they won't answer questions. Actually, they might, because they did. I had permission now. I had a friend that overdosed. He got addicted quick, super quick. It was a baby mama situation. I'm not going to tell his story, but when he overdosed, the mom was an elderly lady. She passed away not long after him. And the brother was schizoid. He passed away too. But I had to call down, and they did answer questions. I'm trying to remember how that went, because I found out a lot of stuff through that. But I know when I had to call down for my husband, because I needed a bunch of stuff for my kids. You know what I mean? For like Social Security and when they were underage. Never mind, I'm not going to say that statement. But anyways, they gave me a hard time getting it. I ended up calling over to, because he passed away in McKees Rocks. It's still Allegheny County, right outside of Pittsburgh on my side. And the police sent me their report. Like, it wasn't even what I was looking for, and it was grotesque. It was it was bad. Like, not to talk about. Yeah, I guess you could FOIA. I could FOIA. I wonder if he already has. But you go to a scene twice. Like, okay, they go back there. They find more of her bones. They go live. Call 911. Do the police call the medical examiner back? Right. We don't know that. Those are really good questions. Here, I'm putting that up here so I can skim through this. I should call down there and ask them those questions, huh? My husband must have to make funny noises again. He walked outside. Those are really good questions that could be asked.
I just want to see the little girl's smile. Why did he give it to the little girl? Well, the gentleman noticed how I was upset and everything. So one of the Amish boys told him real quick that I just buried my daughter actually 2 weeks ago and everything else. And well, anyways, so finally, Robin walks me back to the truck. And like she said, you know what, just go home, go play with the dogs and everything else.
Right.
And I said, yeah. So on my way home, I said, I'm going to go stop at Aldi's and actually get garden felt because I'll just go start also the garden because I'm fine, but not fine at this point. I'm sitting there in that parking lot. As soon as I turned off the truck, he just got hysterical. So, well, this ain't gonna work. I mean, you go into a store. Pardon me for 1 second. Please do me a favor. Quit letting dogs out. Those two are fine though because they're actually sleeping.
All right, come on, guys.
Don't let the shepherds out.
Come on. Come on.
Okay. Well, anyways, Everybody knows this. I mean, if you go into the store, especially you're by yourself and you're hysterical, one, I don't want people, are you okay?
Right.
And then you have to keep it trying to explain yourself. So, yeah, I went live while I was trying to get stronger to go home, not go in the store to now just go home. So I went live and I said, hey, Steven Zabella, while you wait and while a murder is on the street where police don't feel as though Kaylene was his first victim to begin with.
Right.
You put everybody in danger while this man is still walking the streets.
Yep.
And you want to play political. So I told him, I said, well, you get to call up both of your sons. In Kaylene's casket, I bought Kaylene a cell phone. I set it up and I have Kaylene as the voicemail. I call it Kaylene's Eternal Phone. I got it for myself, my kids, family, friends, because I know Haley does also what I do. We're always texting Kaylene, what have you.
Right.
So I told Haley that Robin and I, we got a phone for so I know it did like something so stupid, but I mean, what do you do?
It's not
What do you do when you bury your child? I mean, what? So yeah, I'm sorry, my dogs know I'm upset.
Yeah.
This one right here, Angel Marie, I have her actually named after Kaylene. She was born 2 days after Kaylene's birthday.
Aww.
So this is actually my grandpuppy. Obviously, she does. But I mean, just what do you? I don't know. I don't know what to do. Everyone always says you have other kids, you have a wife. I don't. Hey, sir.
She's different from the others. She's a witch.
Oh, good.
Okay,
Nina, you talk to my phone. Okay. Her nickname is Vina. Okay. Angel, watch out, honey. Good. Okay, Griff, that's okay. Griff.
That dog knew to love him and knock that phone out and say, come on, don't get too emotional, Dad. Aw. And still have a National Geographic metal detector. Yeah, dogs are a pain in the ass. That breaks my heart. I couldn't imagine. Oh my God.
That's okay, sweetheart. I think, because I don't know if you guys can still hear me.
Yep.
Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, she got tangled. I put in a headset, and she unfortunately got tangled in that. Yeah. And, but yeah, my wife knows, my other kids know, because like I told them, I don't want you to whatever expect that I'd feel less shitty if it was any of you. And everything else.
Right.
And my daughter, Kaylene, It's been over 3 years now. She hasn't got justice. And I mean, like I told the police, and even the police know this. I told them my daughter's getting justice. Kaylene's getting justice, and everything else. I prefer law, everything. Because in one of the detectives said, "You're not going to do anything." And so, what are you talking about? He's like, "You're not going to do anything." He said, "It's more than 3 years, and you haven't did anything." So I looked right at him eye to eye, and I said to him, "I said, did you ever think maybe I was trying to find my daughter first?"
I would like to know what detective said that to him. I would really like to know a little more about that. How ignorant when you have a missing child. That's ignorant.
What a cruel thing to
I
say.
know I'm live, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I know I'm live, and that's all I'm going to say. And I know the feds always watch my stuff, and I don't care. I don't care. There's a thought I can go for a speedy trial, and you get a trial within 180 days, and all I need is one juror out of 14. That's it. So I don't care. I'd rather than not have to turn into somebody that I'm not.
Right. I would rather you keep doing what you're doing.
But I'm a parent. But I'm a parent.
Yeah.
But I'm also a parent. So in the meantime, I've been going full force on three other missing persons cases. I've been going full force on three other ones. Two of them are local, and one is actually in California, and I'm in Pennsylvania. I'll never stop helping the family and looking for Devontae Morgan. Devontae Morgan, the reason why I'm also going to say his name is missing out of California. And besides Kaylene, he was my first case. Kaylene was my first case.
Right.
But Devontae's mom, Terry, which is now my family, one day it was, for me, it was like 1:30 in the morning or something. And on one of my pages that I have for Kaylene, Help for the Missing, I just see a message. Help me, please. I start crying. And I woke up Robin, and on that page, I have one of my really great friends from Florida, a missing persons advocate, Jen. She's been an advocate for 10 plus years. And I have her as an administrator. And it took me.
We have a problem with the way the police departments handle some people around here. I've seen it personally. A huge problem. What's a blue law? I don't know what that is. Crazy. The medical examiner has a higher job than anyone in the state. Yeah, I'm going to call down there. I've never covered a case where the person's been found, so I'm new to this. But I'm gonna try my hardest to get answers. At least do what I can. I'm sure they've done everything, it seems, but maybe if we, like you said, start making noise, a law that is not offensive and overlooked.
About a half hour to calm down
Right.
and everything else. So right off the bat, I sent Terry back a message, and after I sent that message, I messaged Jen, and I said, Jen, and I love Jen dearly. Don't get me wrong, I love Megan, Shane, I love all the advocates that work with me, but Jen and I, we have social media history. When people were hammering me, this woman that I didn't even know comes out of nowhere defending me.
Right.
Well, anyways, I said to Jen, I said, what should have I said in that situation? And due to she was an administrator, she seen what I said, and she said, Jason, what you said and did and are doing is actually perfect. What I told Terry is I mentioned, of course, the first thing I learned, case numbers first, because unfortunately, missing people got to realize, not the people, but the family, you got to realize you need that police report, because as a missing persons advocate, most and a lot do not take a missing persons case unless law enforcement is involved. And the reason why, take for instance, Kaylene went missing at 20. Well, I now can just say murdered at 20. I was told, due to her age, if she was alive and well, she could have went back and sued for harassment and stalking.
Right.
So, but if it's in the police's hands, now nonprofit organizations can go ahead. So what I told Terry was, I need, of course, description, any last pictures,
Right.
the police report, everything else, where you're from, everything. So she got back to me with all the stuff and everything else, and I said, okay, Mount Sashtana. I can't even pronounce that, but in California, the first thing that I did the next morning, I was on the phone with California's governor's office. I was on the phone with the lead detectives of Devontae's case. And I do this actually now with all my cases that I advocate for. I wanted them to know in California that Devontae's case is national. I'm calling you from Pennsylvania, where there's a case. So that's how I also fight for the families.
Right.
A few years ago, 2 years ago, I bought a camper. So I could, with two of my dogs, travel at times if need to. Back in October, I did travel to Oklahoma City, and everything else. I'm going to say this live because I even have the stuff up and everything else. If anybody, I don't know if a lot of people know what's his name, Ashton Kutcher.
Yes.
And he fights about human trafficking.
Yes.
I do want to tell everybody and everything else, if you do know of a case and know of any type of information on human trafficking and everything else, and Allegheny County detectives also know this, that what I did and do, I personally take it upon myself and I go check on things myself, no matter where.
So, Lady R, since our steel mills have closed, Pittsburgh is like one of the number one places with the most hospitals. Seriously, there's a hospital on every corner. So, what I'm going to do is we have libraries and stuff that have a ton of, like in the hospitals, that have a ton of books like that. I'm going to go look, I'm going to study it. Maybe I'll go over and just read one day. My son goes into the hospital all the time. You guys know that. And that's usually what I do is I go sit in their library, like if he has a long procedure. I'm definitely going to see what I can find. But the blue book thing, that's an actual book. I sound like an idiot. I know. I thought you were telling me that was like a set of laws. I didn't know it was an actual book. Yeah, I remember the Las Vegas thing. Yep. All right, I'm going to let this play while you tell me.
It's at.
I
Back
know
in
you do. I watch
October.
videos.
Oh, okay.
So I know
So
you
I
do.
went to Oklahoma City and I bought even a tattoo machine. I don't go now. Two of the days, and I don't go ahead to go get 4 or 5 star hotels. I actually picked one that the rating was so low, and they said that there's prostitution, drug, and like I told my wife, well, I want to be in the center of it. So I go and I tell Robin within about 2 days, and I told one of the detectives that knew my whereabouts and had eyes on my tracking device, everything else. And I told him flat out, I said, we have a problem. I said, my opinion, growing up on the streets, everything else, two of the
I wonder in our city if it is a lot of political because we had you're talking about the mass pew pews, and we had the Jewish place in Squirrel Hill, the temple. Fuck, I can't think of the name of it right now, and it's huge around here. They do a lot for people that aren't even Jewish. But, anyways, we had that, and they covered that with the utmost respect. So I don't understand why a missing persons case isn't at the same level, especially when that person had been missing for 3 years. That bothers me because I know our city can do better. I've seen them do better.
dealers think I'm undercover cop. I said, so we have an issue.
Yeah.
So I turned the tables. Next morning, I go to Walmart. I get pictures up of somebody, I'm just going to say, and
Tree of Life. It's literally like 15 minutes from my house in Oakland. Like I lived in that area for a while too. I have friends in that area. That's where Mac Miller's from. I don't know him though. I have cousins that met him. But yeah, you're right. There's like a lot of political when it comes to law. You could see it in every place, really. Like we've seen a lot of that with Summers' case, more so than here, I think. But we also had, I don't know if you guys remember or know about the Johnny Gamage case. That was racially motivated from a police officer. He's chief of police right now, up in Brentwood. I can't fucking believe it. That's sickening too. Yeah, we have a problem in my city, a huge one. that had a lot of political and racial tones.
And I have on it, on the picture, wanted dead or alive, preferably alive. So I noticed I was in a hotel, and there's one next to another one next and two across. And I noticed what I've been noticing and everything and keeping an eye on for the people at this hotel, people at that hotel, and that hotel kept going up the street to it was a silver Mercedes.
Okay.
So I grabbed one of these pictures. And of course, I have my two pits with me and everything else. I was walking up the street right to his car. And I said to him, hey, and I handed him a picture. I said, have you ever seen this person? I said, I'm looking for him. I said, and a lot of people around here think I'm actually law. I said, I want to tell you I'm actually here total opposite. I said, I want him dead. I wanted them to think I'm not undercover. I'm actually there to go.
So this man has suspicions that this guy was trafficking. I gotta give a deeper look at his criminal. I just scrolled through it. Does he have any of that on his... Man, this guy was willing to go to bat and die for his daughter. He was willing to jump into this man's world. This is a daddy, dude. He was trafficking drugs. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, my sister-in-law's on some heavy shit, yo. Like, I don't know now. I don't know how long she's been in jail. But I've been hearing it for a while. And if it's going to get that shit off my streets, hell yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I'm probably putting myself in danger doing this. I got to be careful. I got to tread lightly because I am local to this man. But there has to be something I can do. There's no way I can just sit back and listen to this man cry like this and listen to what he's done for his daughter. If he cannot be scared, why can't I? And everybody else in this area. There should be a lot more people. We don't want this to happen to another girl. What if he's done this to other girls? Maybe we should look into the missing. Because damn, dude, there's a lot in this area. A lot. Little kids even. It's everywhere. It's all over America. I'll definitely look into it. I was watching some pretty cool videos about trafficking on PBS. I wonder if you get copywritten for sharing those. I'd love to go over and share. Now my husband's playing with the dog. And then telling a dog, shh. I love this man. Yeah. I don't know. We're just going to dig, but if it starts to feel scary, I'll watch it. We'll put it on one night. I'll do a whole stream about trafficking. I don't want to do that tonight with Kaylene's case, but yeah, I definitely will. I'll share it in my community post. No, we'll share it on a live. We'll pick a night because I'm looking for different things to cover every night. That's a good idea. And I like to do like the educational. I think we should be educated in it because I feel like we should know the signs of people around us, what to look out for. I think those are important. I think every American should be educated on what the hell is going on today because it's bad. And it's not just my city, it's every city. And even in rural areas, as we're seeing, right?
After somebody.
Right.
Once again, being able to actually then turn around with my dogs, and he even shook hands with me. No, never seen.
Wait, I didn't know you put it on your wall. Hold on. I didn't really feel like looking for it. That was the problem. Let me go find you. Oops, that is not your channel. Hold on. Earl, can you please stop with the dog? Hold on, hold on. Why can't I find your channel? Let me come back and look at your name. Oh. Because I'm an idiot. Here we go.
No more. We just drop off some liquor in numbers. We ain't got to, the Klan ain't got to go out and kill blacks no more. We just drop off some liquor in their town and some guns, and they do it themselves. It's my option every weekend. I'll go up.
Girl, you're going to get me killed. Crates. I didn't know you were talking about. I thought you were talking about crates filled with drugs. All right, we'll watch it. I'll be brave. Oh.
Numbers. We ain't got to, the Klan ain't got to go out and kill blacks no more. We just drop off some liquor in their town and some guns, and they do it themselves. It's my option every weekend. I'll go up to Chicago with a big truck full of whiskey and crack, marijuana, and a ton of guns and bullets, and tell them have at it and just drop it off right in the middle of town. And then go home and watch them on Monday morning news and laugh the whole time.
What's the most important thing you've learned in your life?
To never turn my back on God. He'll always be there for me. And like I said, the Klan's a religious movement. When I was younger, I really wasn't into religion, but and I see there's a whole new generation coming up that are basically atheists. And I feel sorry for them, so I try to reach out to people about it.
They're in political power. Oh my God. Thank you.
The Bible and the goodness of the Bible. And, you know, God's there for everybody who's there willing to listen.
What are you proudest of in your life?
Oh Lord, I keep clicking the wrong tabs. Okay. I'm going to give that a better. That was like spit your tea moment. I didn't expect that. I don't mean to laugh. It was just, I didn't know that's what you were talking about. I'm going to give that a better watch. Now that it's on here, I know where to go find it. But yeah, it's bad. The gang violence. Definitely educate me on this. I need to know more about stuff like that. Holy shit. Okay, hold on.
I'll ask some of my friends, it's what have you, and me just at this stage of my life.
You're okay. I ain't angry. I'm laughing. Drugs and crates. That's what I thought. I didn't know that you were. I didn't know we was gonna turn on a wizard here. Yeah. There's a lot of that. I've been finding a lot of that in things I've researched. In another case, we'll leave it at that. It's everywhere. Like there's all kinds. I got to share that PBS thing with you because it goes with that. Yeah. All right. Hold on.
Life, I don't care if I live or die. A lot of people say God talk to people. I mean, I'm not going to commit suicide. But I don't care if I live or die. I know I paint a target on my head and someone else's head, and I don't care. But on that point, also at my trip, I had also set up with only one Oklahoma City detective knew I was up there. Only one.
Okay.
They knew what hotel I was at, didn't know the room because.
Okay, so this was another case he was working. This wasn't his daughter's case. I think I misheard that a little bit. But damn, he's really, I gotta look into him and see what all he's done. Like I said, I'm just learning about the case, and I bet it does connect large amounts. Oh, yeah. And then, in California, they hide it like in basements of restaurants and they build tunnels. And I've learned that covering Summer's case, looking into Dawn's mom in that hotel. Like when I was looking up news clips and stuff, you could see a lot of that. There was like in Dunkin' Donuts, there's a ton of it in California. Ton of it. Okay.
Because I was actually under even a different name. Well, anyways, I had it set up that, God forbid anything happened to me, the dogs were getting picked up at the pound there. And I already, prior to that trip, had it set up that they were getting taxied home. I already had one of them animal taxis on standby.
Okay.
Because I went there not knowing what was going to happen. I mean, I'm told that at the time my daughter was up there being trafficked. So, of course, I was going to.
Okay. So this was due to tips and things he was hearing. He thought his daughter was in Oklahoma. So he did go for his daughter. So this man has gone above and beyond, even traveling across the country to see if his daughter was in this trafficking ring. Damn, Dad, you go. You go.
Go. Like I said, I gave myself tattoos. Even my button-down shirts, I ripped the sleeves off. The one day, someone came walking down and they had this real big buck knife out of their pocket. And I was talking to an older gentleman and I said, I got a question. I said, why is it that he's allowed to have that just hanging out of his pocket? I said, from where I'm from in Ohio, I'm not from Ohio, but
Right.
that was part of who I was down there.
See, was she trafficked though? Well, I mean, she kept her relationship with this guy secret, and we know he hung out at trap houses. You know what I mean? Reports do matter. Is it a possibility he was into that? We don't know, but looking at his records with the drug trafficking, right? He was 25 years older than this girl. There's a reason she's keeping it from her parents. I don't know if her mom knew. We didn't hear that yet, because he did say it was kept a secret from me. Again, I don't want to, I'm not here to judge anybody. This woman has already been found. Now it's just getting justice for her, right? That should be what's important. I think it's a possibility into the darkest places for sure.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I must have my phone set that it blacks out after so long.
Oh, I bet it does.
Okay. And I just had to keep touch. Oh, I know what happened. I got to go inside.
Just $1 a day can help save a child's life. Will you give to UNICEF today to help?
I'm at 5%.
Oh.
Okay. No. You dogs, you guys stay out here for the moment. That's why everything went dark.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm coming in there because my phone's at 5%. I need to plug it in. Okay, is there a plug in the bedroom?
Yeah. I have no idea where that light thing is. It's lost somewhere in the house.
Okay. Yeah, I have to plug this in. This time I am not so lucky, meaning each time I interrupted myself with one of the animals or something, I went ahead and knew where I was. This time I do not. But okay, there everybody is. Well, long story short, it ended up not being actually human trafficking down there anyways. It just wasn't human trafficking. I'm not saying there is none. But in the area where we were told and everything else, there was, I noticed, unfortunately, I don't know how, but willing prostitution, not trafficking. Well, anyways, but while I was up there, I was able to take 2 actual drug dealers off the streets. While I was up there, I did see drug trafficking. So what I'm getting at with this story is I want, if there's anybody that has a missing loved one, that there's any type of evidence of human trafficking and everything else, you can even get a hold of me if you want, and I can see what I can do for you and your loved one and everything. I try to take on as much as I can at this point to occupy my mind. And that's what I was doing for the last 3 years. I'm medically ill myself. I do not care. And my children know that. My older children, they do know, and everything else. Like Haley, she knows. She made a poor joke that I said.
And I want to let you guys know this will be a live that I'm not monetizing. Just so you do know that this is important to me. It's not about money. It's about where I live. This needs to be put out there. Cover-ups, whatever's going on, they need to know about it. Because this is crazy to me. And this dad has gone to bat. Even giving himself tattoos. Yes. Thank you, Jason. Good dad. I wish we could see more of this in other cases. Just saying.
No, she made a poor joke with me one day and said, well, I'm just going to have to get married next year. And I said, no. I said, I don't want to hear it. But I like her boyfriend. He's a cool, they've been together going on 4 years. But like I said, and whenever I go to some of my treatments, I ask people to always pray for everybody in the infusion center, getting blood, chemo, whatever they're there for.
She was on my old Facebook. I don't know if she's still there because I switched my Facebook and she kind of disappeared. So I'll look or I'll reach out to her sister. Her sister has a different name, but I'll get it. Yeah, Arizona. Her mom lives in Arizona, but I believe she's reported missing in California because they had left Arizona and went to California or something. Like they were on vacation. They were leaving from Glassport, Pennsylvania, which I'm shocked it was never even on our news. Like, I don't think it was. I never seen it. It was years later. It's on one of the California missing sites on Facebook. Because that's how I found it. And I was writing my friends like, holy shit, like nobody told me Lisa was missing. And they're like, oh, we thought you knew. And I'm like, no. Because I moved out of the area. I live in the city now, but that's when I lived over by McKeesport and Glassport. But yeah, check the California's Missing, I believe is the name of it on Facebook.
I don't say pray for me because just don't pray for my kids, pray for my loved ones, pray for my friends. I like going into Robin doesn't like going into the infusion center with me because seeing the patients. A lot of them are terminally ill, everything else. But me, in like Robin, she's only gone with me a few times and everything. But with me, I'm the type where people want to laugh. So that's what I always try to do, especially whenever I'm there. And
I could be wrong, but she might have lived in Wilson or Clairton, Pennsylvania, which is like the same area. Another ghetto. I don't know if she lived in Glassport at the time. It's very possible. The last time I spoke to her, I think she told me she lived in Wilson, which is Clairton. Same place. Yes, I know that. Aw.
of course, these last two times, I'm not myself anymore.
Right.
There's times where I'm 45 now. Yeah, 45 now. There's times where I collect vintage toys. I take vintage toys with me. I'll take a picture and then I'll paint it because I've been working on comic books to help out missing people and everything else. So they always laugh. They say I'm the only person that goes into the infusion center with GI Joes, zombies, and wrestlers. But I do it the world needs laughter.
Yes, we do.
The world needs laughter.
Yes.
Even like I picked out Kaylene's mask for on April 29th. And I turned back and I said to my brother after the second reading, I picked the second reading to be John 3:16, verse 14 through 17. And I looked back at my brother and I said, everything that actually I picked for that mass, I picked actually for a reason. And even like with that second reading right there, I looked at my brother and I said, you know why I picked that one? And I guess I was talking loud, but I don't care. I don't care.
Right.
Kick me out, priest. God doesn't mind who I am. And I said to him, I said, John 3:16. I said 3:16. I said, one of Kaylene, when Kaylene was born, I was watching Friday Night SmackDown when she was born in 1999.
Okay.
I said, me and Kaylene love Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah.
So that's why I picked John 3:16. I had to.
Yep.
At that point, I just had to. And actually, look, Kaylene was murdered. So John 3:14 through 3:17, it has a lot to actually do with it. So but I told my brother, that's not why I picked it. I picked it because Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Right.
So I just, I knew 3 years ago, basically, especially whenever Kaylene didn't call. It's a week later. Kaylene didn't call. It's 2 weeks later. I do, but I still think even up till April 28th and April 29th, I still held on to 1%.
Even after you get the results, Jason, I can just imagine you've got that 1% hope that it's not true.
I grabbed Neil. I felt bad. I grabbed him by the throat after I was hugging him, and I don't know. It was just instinct because I just wanted to see it. I said, Neil, I said they're wrong. This was March 24th. I just kept saying to him, it's like, it's not her. They're wrong.
Yeah.
It's so wrong. Especially so wrong that everyone knows who the murderer is, and he still walks. The murderer. Oh, and I forgot to say this even in a story. Kaylene, what was it? March 24th. March 24th. I think we found out about Kaylene. Okay. We found out to get to where actually Kaylene was found within yards. Pasquale Mano owns the land, which is Michael Mano's father.
Oh my goodness.
We didn't know that until the 24th after Kaylene was found. So I'm going to have to look better at the maps. I think I might have had that wrong. Well, I mean, I think it's in that area, but that was like a highway. I'll look. I'm sure they have maps or something posted somewhere. Yeah. My poor hearts. They found her with her clothes, though. They failed her bad. They failed her family so bad. And they're still failing them. Like, this guy still doesn't have charges pressed. He's still not in prison. He's still walking our streets. It's crazy to me. So when he said, too bad you can't check my backyard, come on, DA.
Yeah. So when are
He bought that land May 2nd, 1979 for $1. And my daughter was found feet from that land that he still owns. We didn't even, none of us even, the police didn't even know this one.
Wow.
Well, I'm not harping on Allegheny for not know. You know, like I even told Pittsburgh police at the time, I said, you know, I've been checking all the way up because he had the video, Kaylene swimming with the fish, he said on video. So pretty much half of the police force thought Kaylene was either in the Allegheny County River, where their phones pinged,
Right.
or the Penn Hill Cement Factory, where his cousin actually said that Kaylene possibly is. So it was like a half and half. Half thought so. Like I told I told Pittsburgh police, I said, you know, I'm searching all along this.
Yes.
Especially so wrong that everyone knows who the murderer is, and he still walks. Born in 1999.
Okay.
I said, me and Kaylene love Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yep.
Even the police didn't even know this one.
Wow.
Well, I'm not harping on Allegheny for not know. You know, we found out about Kaylene.
Okay.
We found out to get to where actually Kaylene was found within yards. Pasquale Mano owns the land, which is Michael Mano's father.
Oh my goodness.
I'm at 130, 140 right now.
We didn't know that until the 24th after Kaylene was found. So when he said, too bad you can't check my backyard. Come on, DA.
Yeah. So when are
He bought that land May 2nd, 1979 for $1. And my daughter was found feet from that land that he still owns. We didn't even, none of us even, the police didn't even know this one.
Wow.
Well, I'm not harping on Allegheny for not know. You know, like I even told Pittsburgh police at the time, I said, you know, I've been checking all the way up because he had the video, Kaylene swimming with the fish, he said on video. So pretty much half of the police force thought Kaylene was either in the Allegheny County River, where their phones pinged,
Right.
or the Penn Hill Cement Factory, where his cousin actually said that Kaylene possibly is. So it was like a half and half. Half thought so. Like I told Pittsburgh police, I said, you know, I'm searching all along this river, and I never made a right to go on to Washington Boulevard.
Right. Never thought
So here's something.
Literally right there, too. That's what I was trying to tell you. Yeah, he said Penn Hill Cement Factory. My husband's buried out there. I wonder how far it is from there. My son's been talking about going out and visiting him. Maybe we'll make a stop. Couple stops. Maybe I'll get some video.
That he did not plan on. This is the reason why It is felt as though Kaylene has been found. The city of Pittsburgh is working on that hillside, on the street above, the sewer systems. The sewer systems.
Oh.
Where Kaylene was found is, I guess you call, a walking trail for hunting.
Yeah.
I doubt it. Down in that area, is that like where the dam is? That's on the Allegheny right there after the 62nd Street Bridge, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a dam down there, like our locking dams. There's like if you walk that road right there that turns up and onto Washington, like our VA hospitals up there, Schumann Center's up there. Schumann's like a juvenile detention center. It's pretty desolate, like up behind. That's what I'm saying. See, when I tell you guys he's talking about there's hunting up there, when I tell you I'm from a country from a city that's really a country, I mean that shit. Yeah, I'm going to look on the map. I got a lot to look because I haven't been over that way in a long time. Since we went to the zoo last and even before that. All right, hold on.
There was a landslide, and that is what surfaced some of Kaylene.
Very possible under the bridges and along the riverbank. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, it's very country here.
That makes sense. It jarred it loose.
If it wasn't for that landslide,
You may never found her.
exactly. The city is in a lawsuit with the companies down on Washington Boulevard because of the landslide. But this landslide is actually what found my daughter.
Right.
Because where the landslide started on the
I'm sure there's tons of graffiti all under all them bridges. I'm 100% positive there's graffiti down there. Yeah. There definitely is probably some encampments down there. Even see, it's hard to explain because it's like really still the city. Like it's still busy, but where he's talking about it starts to turn into like it's hard. There's different directions. You can go to Oakmont. You can go if you're turning up Washington Boulevard, like he's saying, Larmer, that's the area they found his daughter. Like that's all ghetto, but it's like very abandoned ghetto in that area. It's not a nice place, but if you keep going straight off of Butler Street, because that comes right off a street called Butler Street. If you keep going straight, it's like all rich people. So it's like, I'll show you guys. We'll pull the map up next time. They graffiti messages for trafficking. I didn't know that. I'm really scared to find out what I find out in this case because I know some people that changed over the years over in that area. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I got to be careful how I dig in on this. But if I see anything, I'll probably dig and turn it in, you know? Yeah. And actually, this is going to be complicated for me because my cousin owns a shop down there. I haven't talked to him in years. But I could probably go ask him. He'd probably have some information on this case. He owns it right off the end of Butler Street there. All right, hold on.
the hill is actually where Kaylene was found.
So, oh my goodness. So that means some of her bones could actually be,
Still there.
well, wherever that landslide went.
Well, here's the deal. The reason why I found out that the landowners of that part is suing the city is because I already have it set up that after their lawsuit, it's commercial land, but after the lawsuit, I'm buying from Washington Boulevard to, I can make 2 parking spaces and the path going to where Kaylene was found. I'm buying it.
This man ain't playing. He's going to search to see if they found anything. He's going to buy the land they found her on. I'm going to have to look into this lawsuit that he's talking about. Right? Oh, I don't even have to do that. I have, like I'm telling you, I have family and all kinds of shit over in that area. Friends. I just haven't lived there since I lived there with my first husband. That's where I used to live. That's where my husband now is from. Is like the Garfield, East Liberty, Larmore area, Oakland. He lived there till his parents got divorced, and then he moved up to Garfield, and that's all. So this isn't going to be a hard case for me to cover. It's just the depths I want to go. Yeah, he rocks my socks too. Go. I swear this is the most I ever seen any parent do for their missing child. Like, this man wants to buy this property. I'm looking into that lawsuit. I wonder when the landslide, well, 2003, because they found them. We had we had a lot of landslides that year, actually. And that was March, winter. We had a heavy winter. Hold on.
I already have it set up. As much as even my living room wall, his name, phone number, and everything else, I pinned it right to my wall because once the time comes, I'm actually buying that part of the land.
Yeah.
Because did ask the coroner, realistically, how much of my daughter has been found.
Right.
And how he explained it to me is because I asked Haley, I wasn't sure. Haley, she's actually going for forensic science in college now.
Okay.
I asked her, I said, how many bones are in the body? And she said, I'm pretty sure it's 206.
Yeah.
And I said to him, I said, how close? Because I'm a reality person. I know there's so small bone, what have you.
Right.
He said, Nelson said, Mr. Oling, he said, I will tell you that as much as Kaylene that's going to be found now is found, because the day after the TikTok, whenever they finally shut that down and made it a crime scene, the day after the detectives finally from Allegheny County
Went out there.
scaling that hill, and I was there on the other side of the tape. I was there and everything else, and their forensic team and everything else. There was multiple detectives, and the forensics team was digging everything up around near where Kaylene, and the detectives started, of course, at the top of the hill. They did what you're supposed to do.
Right.
They scaled that whole hillside.
Good.
So, of course, there are things with this case, because it is an open case, that of course I personally know
Right.
from county police
Right.
that my wife even knows that I don't even tell her.
Right.
She knows she'll find out when the time comes on some things. But I know up to date each of their procedures, and I accept that they are doing a very well job and everything else. And it was funny, but it wasn't how I met actually the owner of the property. I was leaning up against my SUV, and there's a guy across the street on Washington Boulevard, and there's detectives on this hill. There's detective vehicles all in front of me, forensics, everything else. He's screaming from across the street and goes to come across. And at this time, two of the detectives come flying off of the hill and everything else. And he starts yelling, "Who are all you?" It was a misunderstanding. He thought it was the city, since they're in a lawsuit with the city.
Okay.
So, but as he's yelling at the officers, they're investigating my daughter's scene. So I go after him.
Right.
One of the detectives grabbed, because I don't want anyone messing up my daughter's investigation.
Right.
So I started MFing him. I was like, if you are going to screw up my daughter's investigation with the detectives, I said, we got a problem. I'm flipping. One of the detectives grabbed me. He was like, let Detective Dale handle it. Let. Well, anyways, so that's actually how I met the owner.
Okay.
But he came back over to me. Then his son came across, apologizing, giving condolences and everything else. And I said, well, you two are actually who I want to talk to anyways.
Wow.
And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, are you selling that land? And if not, what's your price? I said, because I need that land. I said, because now that's my daughter, and I need to have a memorial there for my daughter.
Right.
So that's when he told me about the lawsuit. He couldn't sell it right at the moment. And he did tell me, he said, when the time comes, he said, since it's commercial and commercial land in Pittsburgh is expensive, he said, what we'll do is from, let's say a rectangle.
Right.
Long ways you divide it in fifths. I'm going to get a fifth of it.
Okay.
At the end.
Right.
That's how I'm trying to. So, and that's where the path is and everything else. So.
Well, Jason, I gotta say, I'm glad that you have officers that are talking to you.
Let me give this creator a huge shout out, because she's been very quiet, compassionate. She's let him speak. She's handled him professionally. Everybody sub up to her. Beyond the evidence. I pinned it, but let me put it in the chat if anybody can click it later. Because this creator's done an amazing job with this dad. Thank you for doing that.
And supporting you, because in a lot of cases that I cover, those officers won't even talk to the family.
Correct.
Won't tell them anything.
Well, like Sergeant Dolphy said, he knows at times I won't quit until anyways.
Right.
And he knows I'll even put him on blast. Someone said, what did someone say? Someone said something about one of my tags. You're going to get yourself into trouble.
He's one of the suspected smiley face ones I was talking about, Lady Or. His parents definitely, yeah.
Move that tag, and blah, blah, blah. I start laughing. I said, I tag even the Allegheny County DA. I tag the FBI. I said, I tag people that actually have power, and you, in my eyes, is a nobody. And I don't take it down from tagging them. Where do you think I'm going to take down tagging you?
Right.
It's how I explained it to them.
Right.
I'm like, who are you to actually? So that's one thing one of this township supervisors said last year to actually my buddy Neil. He said, I tell you what, I follow Jason online. He said, I tell you what, if you actually want to know what's on his mind, you don't even have to ask him. He is going to tell you.
Right.
And that's what I do. And I was never like this. I'm like this now, knowing I have to be for my daughter.
Oh, it's not just your daughter anymore. You're an advocate.
Well, yes. Like whenever I go in my live videos, I try making sure at the end of each of my live videos, telling everybody that please help out all families. Right. Sharing is free. Share. You see a missing person. I went on, a lot of people hold about this. I went on TikTok a year ago.
Dakota James was really active too. And then if you remember, about a year ago, I think, I was trying to cover the case of that young boy that was, oh God, Halloween night. They were home playing PlayStation. I grew up with the mom, Amanda, and somebody knocked on their door and shot her children right less than a mile down the street from me. And I tried to cover that case, but she also has a cousin who is one of the guys that disappeared. Then there's a guy from East McKeesport that disappeared. Like, I really want to dig into that because that's my city too, and that shit's scary, and it continues all the time.
And reason why I did, I wake up in the middle of the night because, of course, I have nightmares and stuff, and I woke up, Robin, wake up. Yeah. I said, what do I watch on Facebook to get a laugh when I want to laugh? She goes, those reels. I said, exactly. A majority of them are TikTok. I said, so in turn, I notice even if you beg people to actually share missing person stuff, you have to beg people, but everyone's willing to actually share something funny.
Right.
So I do a TikTok. A lot of people hauled until they realize what I did. And actually, that's how also I have over like 1 million views.
Okay.
And what I start doing on TikTok, I put Kaylene's flyer and then on a funny skit.
Oh.
I'm not making a joke or anything about my daughter being missing. But in turn, I have over 1 million views. I put my daughter's missing persons flyer on a split screen with a comedy. Little skit. And that's actually how I got national attention for Kaylene's case. Pardon me for 1 second.
Yeah.
What? Sorry, that was my wife.
That's all right.
I'm sorry. I'm probably going to be having to wrap things up pretty soon.
Yeah, you're okay. Well, I want to thank you for coming on. And
No, I want to thank you very much and let me come on here and seriously also let me, I mean, I got so many cases that I would love to even just say Amy Bracken, Tony Turner, Janet Walsh, Devontae Morgan. I got so many cases that I would love to be able to say all of their names and everything else. And but I had a talk with my team and everything else, and I told them besides Devontae's, I'm gonna back off at the moment on different state cases because 2 cases up here, well, I say up here, but they're like an hour and a half away from me. Their families need myself and my dogs to do footwork. So that's what the last couple weeks I've been trying to do. Because I never even heard of Tony Turner's case until actually March 20th. And that made me sick because I said to the Pittsburgh detective, I said, you're telling me that there is a 23-year-old African American female that is 5'3" and 120 pounds when my daughter's 5'2" and 110 pounds.
Right.
It's all so similar, and I'm a missing persons advocate. Why did I never hear of this case?
Right.
And that made me sick. So, of course, right then and there, while I was in there, I even Googled Tony Turner. And I start downloading right there the stuff and everything else. So, and I've been in contact with, of course, the family. But I try to, in my lives, as much as possible, end it with the missing needs, everyone's help. Families, trust me, appreciate just that share.
Exactly.
I always did. You know how many even my own blood family members I begged for years, share.
Wow.
If it was one of your kids, I'd share daily.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't think I do. I do actually share daily. I got, 12 pages in groups? I do share daily.
Yep.
I have it on a continuous and everything else. So.
Well, you and I will have to talk outside of here because some of those cases that you need to back off on, I can report on.
It sounds good. Like, it's not that I'm backing off because I still have, like, in all my groups, I still have the flyers and everything else. And if they ever need me to send, what it is I'm trying to, whenever I meant back off, like, I'm not going to talk to their law enforcement too much anymore. They're elected officials. I try to get it to also the point to guide them that you also, as a parent, a relative, really got to do this because they'd actually rather talk to you and use me as an example.
Right.
If they don't get back to you, call each day.
Yep.
Call a couple times a day. Who cares? It's your missing loved one. They can't speak, so you also have to plant those seeds. So, like I said, it's not that I'm backing off because, like, in my pages, I'm still. It's just.
No, I understand, but in order to keep
But yes, I do.
Keep
Yes.
sharing it and getting it out there.
Yes.
You know,
And I definitely would. I definitely will be talking to you and everything else because, and that's the other thing. I'm trying to change the name, but that's the other thing. www.facebook.com/missing Kaylene 2020. A lot of people don't realize something. I'm always going to keep actually that site.
Okay, so I believe that's the page I'm on. He just gave it to you. I'll still share it. It's 3:27 a.m. here. So when this is over, I'm probably not going to do much more tonight. But tomorrow I'm going to wake up and this is the first thing I'm going to do before I do anything about summer. I'm going to try tomorrow. I don't know. I don't want to fight with them creators anymore. Oh, thank you. I feel like I'm not going to not cover summer, but I want to give a little bit of attention to this case. Like I said, it's not about views for me. It's about just sharing these people's stories. And this father is amazing. And I'm telling you guys, he needs help. We got to reach like my political people on this one because they really, man, this is horrible. They dropped the ball on us so bad. And this poor man is still trying to fight for his daughter. And it's been a year since this right here, what we're watching. I can't imagine what he's feeling. But I'm telling you, I seen some sad posts yesterday on his Facebook. And it breaks my heart. And we can't let him know that there's, like, I want to let him know that there's people out there that's willing to help him. At least the best we can, and to keep his daughter's story and name out there. Like I said, I don't know how far I can dig into this case. I'm going to do the best I can. I can't put my family in danger. And I don't know too much about this guy, but from what I've seen so far, it's freaking pretty awful. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to keep this going the best way I can. This man needs off the streets. Penn Hills is the same neighborhood I have family in. People I care about deeply. I don't want him living amongst them. I promise you that.
Okay.
I'm trying to change the name of it. I'm having trouble changing the name of it. But what's good about that account is I have that account linked to John Walsh,
There you go.
CEU.
I don't mean to put John Walsh down, but I wonder if this guy's educated on what John Walsh did to his daughter. Just saying. Wonder if he knows that. I guess reaching out to everybody and anybody's what you do. Like we even did that in Sumner's case, but never mind.
Network or CUE.
UE.
I'm having NAMUS
Mm-hmm.
Awareness Foundation. I have that actually linked to those. So actually, in all the other pages that I have for other missing persons, it's actually linked to that. That's why I'm actually keeping the Kaylene's main.
I don't believe when Adam was found, Lady R, that I lived in Miami, but I was a really young kid. And I remember the court case or something. They found the guy, or maybe they didn't find the guy. Maybe it's when they found his bones. I can't remember what it was. There was something big going on in that case when I was a kid. And I just remember being like, that was scary as a little kid to hear about somebody that had gone missing. I think we moved down right after that. I have to look. I have to look at the dates. But it was like huge when I was down there. You can have a missing or yeah, you definitely can. He's definitely something. I can't believe what he does to his daughter. That's so heartbreaking. Why not help her instead of taking from her? She doesn't seem like a bad mother to me. That's just my opinion. Yeah, my mom was like obsessed with the Adam case. I think that's why I actually think that's why I like true crime was because of that. I just remember it being really scary, like to even go into the stores and yeah, agree. But he does have the platform to get faces out there, so I guess you don't like deny going to his platform. I don't know. People watch it.
Page because I have all of it actually linked to um, throughout the last the last year or two.
I lived 2 blocks from the bay that they found him in. I don't think it was near my area. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But it was the same bay. And the bays down there are huge. Like, I believe he was found in Hollywood, though. And then there was that strange guy in his case that said he did it. And then they said he didn't. Do you remember that? That would be good to dig into. Go back and look at that.
Other Pennsylvania pages, MIA, and what have you, appointed me administrator. They liked how I did things, and so I help out. They're national. They have 25 states, but in this state, they wanted me to be the administrator
Okay.
and everything else. So I also manage more groups than I am owner of
Right.
and everything else. Some of my groups that I was owner of, I'm trying to teach some people to
Yes.
take it over
Yes.
and everything else. There are a lot of stuff that I'm just it has to do with Kaylene.
I feel like John Walsh profited hugely off of his missing son. Do you know that, like, right after the boy went missing, this man already had like a mini-series deal or some shit? In all honesty, we're speculating. I don't want to get sued by John Walsh, but it's true, according to Life. Yeah. Yep. Very similar, actually. Crazy.
Help for the Missing is in honor of Kate. There's a lot of pages I'm keeping. And they stay with myself and Kaylene's siblings, mother, daughter, Haley. I even have her youngest sibling, second youngest sibling, Shane, as marketing or whatever, one of them things to get.
I actually think, wasn't it called The Missing Adam or something? Was the name of the TV series. I think that's what was going on when I lived down there. Because it was like a couple years after, or maybe even like the year after. I lived down there from, I believe, 1981. No, Shannon was born in 81. So like 1983 to 86, something like that. I was in like second grade. Aw, thank you, September. Hi, when you catch up. We're almost done here now. I feel bad. People are starting to come in finally. Yeah, Maddie McCain, that's a whole nother. September Virgo says hi. Okay, hold on.
Give them a role. So these main groups, they're not going to be in anyone else's hands. I helped Terry, Devontae Morgan's mom, Terry Barnes, her and I, she wanted to have a group also, not just for missing, but for family support. So that's whenever I came up with the idea. It is D&K family support. D for Devontae, her son. K for Kaylene. I've been, of course, transitioning all the pages like D&K. I finally was able to put up a post and told everybody who I am, and I'm the father of Kaylene, and I'm gonna be switching this page. It's gonna stay D&K family support, and it's gonna always be also in honor of Angel Kaylene. I said, but of course, Kaylene's been found.
Right.
So I changed like a few of our pictures, mine and Terry's pictures and stuff. And I never noticed until a few weeks ago how many pages and I have. Oh my goodness. I have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of flyers of Kaylene. To keep my mind occupied for years, I was making 5 different ones a day.
Right.
And uploading them everywhere. I'm still to this day in what Kaylene has been found March 19th. I'm still to this day, and probably even will be, because like 2 of my accounts, I can't even get into them anymore.
So this was done May 12th. This was two months. I couldn't imagine what was going through this poor guy's head, dude. I just can't. This is not okay for them to make him search for his baby. Like, it sounds like he was doing all the searching. I can't believe I didn't know about this case. Yeah, September. It's sad. It's heartbreaking. I mean, this man has done everything he absolutely can for his daughter. And he continues, and he has other children, and they do it with him. You could see it from his social media and all the pages and the people that help him. I just, this is amazing to me how badly the police in my area have dropped the ball on something like this, and it worries me because I have a young daughter, right? Like, this could be me if somebody did that to my child in this area, or to my neighbors, or to my daughter's friends, or, man, it's scary that we have someone like this out on our damn streets. I want him off my streets ASAP.
So I'm going to still have, unfortunately, missing Kaylene's flyers out there. But what I like about it, at the bottom of each of my flyers of Kaylene, is the website. So they might be Kaylene's flyers, but they actually benefit. There's over 600,000 missing persons. So if you go on to my website, you can link on to so many different websites.
You'll have to
I
give
think
me information.
I definitely will. because like the Awareness Foundation, they even have over 100,000 followers and stuff. And I'm real good friends with one of the CEOs, Stephanie, and everything else. And so I have a lot of also.
That's the problem they have, but I don't know how many have showed up. You know, let me finish watching this before I get off of here. We'll go to my community tab and watch that, because I didn't give it a real good look yesterday when we were watching. Yeah, one person is too many, and we have several around here. It's crazy. It's scary. Like, I hate going outside. I do. I hate my children going outside. I'm happy, like, they got cars now and stuff, you know? Because it's insanity. And there ain't no part of this city that's any good. Like, even the rich neighborhoods have crime and major crime. And you know what? And that's what I said. This is how I start for my community, is start all over this damn city, because it is everywhere. And in my zone, man, it's so bad. It's bad. And maybe this is what the creators should be doing, is looking in their own neck of the woods, because I'm sure almost every state has crime like this. Like, we're not going to solve it sticking to one damn case. It doesn't help anybody. I made promises to my community council that I was going to cover it. Well, guess what? We're covering it. Starting with Kaylene's case, because this is enough. I'm fearful for my children.
Power support.
Right.
Firehouse Subs.
Yes.
Shane got, up until they start actually Firehouse Sub supported Kaylene, I never even heard of it.
Oh, wow.
My buddy Shane, he's an advocate from Nashville, Tennessee. And he came to me one day and he said, Jason, called me, not came to me. He said, Jason, he said, you're a retired firefighter. He said, Firehouse Subs, he said, we're been in meetings with the CEO, all the head honchos, Firehouse Sub. Yeah. And they use
So where I live, we're very old school, and we have lots and lots of outside of the city. I live in the city, but I used to live outside of the city. All of our firehouses ran volunteer, and they do stuff like this. Like, I have to give Pittsburgh's, what's Earl doing? Oh, September Virgo's behind. She's listening to your man noises. But our firehouses around here outside of the city, they go to bat for people. We got some really good like I said, I grew up most of my life in an area called Glassport. Swear to God, it's 9 blocks long. Maybe a couple more with a few little weird street names, but we had 2 firehouses. They used to have war with each other too. Oh Lord. So like firehouses here, like, yeah. So I'm happy that they reached out to him. I didn't know he was a volunteer firefighter. See, this is a good dad.
Kaylene, actually, I don't know, a lot of people seen actually a flyer supported by Firehouse Subs of Kaylene. And what happened there was Kaylene was the foundation for Firehouse Subs. Shane, myself, and others have been working on, and Kaylene is the foundation Firehouse Subs is, once the time comes, going to be supporting first responders, missing children.
Oh, that is awesome.
And Kaylene is the reason why Kaylene's the first flyer from there and everything else. Kaylene is the foundation of Firehouse Subs supporting first responder missing children.
Right.
So, like I said, I have a lot of big support. Country singer Elena, I have her tagged in a lot of stuff, and everything. And her husband Adam, they're just great, and they always supported Kaylene. Where I might have had it in the news. I tried pushing and pushing and pushing and having it elsewhere. Sorry, of course, my biggest dog just jumped on me. But yeah, unfortunately, I normally don't.
Why doesn't Dr. Phil take cases like this where the parents are actually trying to get the story out? Don't go to Dr. Phil. That's not advice.
Cut it and everything else, but I'm gonna have to, because I know we have an early morning tomorrow. I gotta take a shower, and but I want to thank you so much for letting me tell Kaylene's story, let me mention other missing on here, and that means a lot to me and everything else. And I just it means a lot to me. It really does.
You're welcome.
If somebody in my family went missing, I'm not going to the same person that brought Meet Me Outside Bish to television. Sorry. You could see I'm showing my age. My husband just corrected me. Catch me outside, bitch. Whatever. I'm old. I'm really not.
Because Kaylene's my baby.
I'd love to work with you on the.
I definitely would love that. I definitely would love that, and I'm definitely gonna get in. We'll get in contact.
Okay.
And everything else. I will tell you, this is a bad weekend for me. So most likely Monday and everything else. We're really, really busy tomorrow, but Sunday, wife and I, we need actually a wife and I day.
Yes.
We do. So,
Yeah.
but thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. And I have this on my wall, and I will get it out to all my groups and everything else. And I'm pretty sure I have it also on my YouTube.
Okay.
I have a little YouTube thing, missing Kaylene Oling, actually.
If you watch this, I've shared his YouTube. Here, I'll share it again in my community post tomorrow when I start putting together all the stuff. I'm going to take tomorrow, and I'm going to take the whole day for this case. I will share that. Make sure you sub up to his YouTube, because he doesn't have that many videos or subs, and I think that's why a lot of people maybe didn't join. So I think it's important that he can even get out and tell his own story on YouTube where people are listening. But I beg of people, don't judge these people. Their child has already been found. You could see the pain that this man's going through. Don't attack them. Don't do nothing to hurt them. This is serious, and it needs to go higher, in my opinion, than YouTube. But it needs to be seen everywhere so that this man can get the right people And I'm not saying his people aren't right, but for some reason they're not listening to him. So it needs to go higher. He did say he was going to Washington. I would like to know if there's a way we can write letters or do anything else to help him get his story to the right people. This isn't about money. I'm not going to monetize the lives I do about Kaylene. I'm just going to monetize my drama lives now. Because this is important to me. This one hits me at home. So, thank you, Lady R. I just want to do the right thing. I don't want to do the wrong thing. I don't want to cause drama for nobody. This man needs help in any way we can get it. It sounds like he has a lot of support, but what does it hurt to add more or another avenue of support for him? Even if he can't do it himself and doesn't want to get on his YouTube, then we need to be a voice for him because he's also a victim of this man. This man sent nudes to him of his daughter while she's missing. They found him pretty much in his father's backyard. Their phones pinged together. I don't understand this case. I'm angry about it. I'm extremely angry about this case. And it hurts my heart. So just do the right thing, because I'm somehow thrown. I went to the wrong crime community and I threw myself into a drama community when I wanted to do what this woman just did on her live. She handled this with the utmost respect, and I hope that as my subs pass this around, they can do the same thing. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna dig, but I'm not gonna go to dangerous territory. I think I've learned my lesson, but I have to figure out my medium, how I'm gonna do that. And right now it's just gonna be by the clips, talking to who I can. I'm not gonna bring anything that's gonna put anybody in danger where I live, but I'm gonna keep this young lady's story out there, and I want to make sure the right people hear it, because we need a lot of change around here, and this is insane. Thank you, Lady R. I'm glad you have confidence in me. I'm not that confident in myself right now, but I'm getting there. Like, I feel like I can do this differently. You know what I mean? I don't have to be I don't want to be part of the drama group. Although, I'm not going to lie, it's fun putting some people in their places, and I'm a sarcastic asshole. You know what I mean? But this is more important. These cases are more important than drama. And that's what I came here for. So I might have to finish Tiffany and Benny off a little bit. But I'm trying to take my channel into a better direction that doesn't include those people. I hope some of you will follow. I just don't understand anyone wanting to purposely cause issues in any child or person's case. Yeah, I think you're right, Lady R. I think I am going to skip it. I'm not even going to listen to what TM said today, the rest of it. I'm just going to let it go. Like, I enjoy coming out here and just talking about the cases and putting the faces out there, and I don't want to dig into people's lives. Everybody has skeletons in their closet. I don't care who you are. We could dig and dig and dig and dig and cause hurt and pain, but that's not solving any problems we have on this earth, right? That's what I set out to do. I did it wrong. This is going to be the second case I cover. I'm going to try to cover other cases often. I didn't get many views tonight. That's okay. I'm not monetizing these. However, I am going to make some videos that I monetize. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I don't want to monetize these people's cases. However, I do want to find a way. I hope that you guys will share, like, the music stuff I do, and things of that nature, because this is like, I need change where I live. Tulgens, I made a promise to my community council and I'm sticking through it, but it's not just my area. It's several areas in my city. We have a very small city, but it's spaced out. It's hard to explain. People know everybody everywhere here. That's why I have a hard time understanding these people in Ben Hill don't know each other, but whatever. Yeah, I just don't feel, Lady R, it's not about them. It's about getting their faces out there. You know what I mean? Like for me, it's really not about the money and it never has been. That's why I never like put my cash apps out and pushed for things. However, you could support me because it supports my channel. I use the same software things. You could support me by ordering a sticker off of Etsy. Now, you have to print the stickers out because I'm not going to my husband got my printer working. Did I tell you guys? I gotta go. I'm supposed to go tomorrow. We're gonna go post flyers on our anniversary. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go walk the riverbanks and post some flyers, and it won't be many of them because I don't know how well my printer is working right now, but we're gonna spend some time doing that. And it's supposed to be a nice day, I think. So I gotta get some sleep though. Yeah. You're right about that. I'll think about it. I just feel like this is like a bigger look. It's bad where I live. And it's not just it's bad where a lot of people live. But it's not just like the murders. We have a lot of robberies. We have a lot of look, they put this, it's a pavilion is what the fuck it is up the street from me. It was a waste of money in here. Now my dog's gonna start. He wants you to go to bed. They spent all this money on this pavilion up the street from me, right? And they put these porta johns in. Not that I would ever use them, and I don't need to. I live pretty much right here. But they had to lock the porta johns because people were going in there and overdosing. There's a lot of things that need to be cleared up all over this country, and that's why I wanted to be here. However, I am thinking about doing like live streams where we just come in and bullshit about like whatever, you know? I got to figure out how I'm going to do that. And even though it was made fun of today, can you let him out? Oh, we'll go away with him just for a minute while I end this. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not even. I do want to do some fun lives. Like, I want to do some game nights and I want to be here as a support. I'm not like a certified advocate, but like I said, I've been through life experiences. I live in a damn hood. I know what that's about. You know what I mean? So I want to be here to help people, to be a support and to advocate. But I don't want to fight with people. Like, it doesn't even make sense. You're not helping any case when you're out there battling with people. However, I did want to prove, and I think I've done that. And I'm just not even going to argue back with these people no more because I think I have proven the bullshit games they've been playing with me. Like, and it's a lot. But I also think that more important than them, these cases need to be heard. That's just my opinion. This is a case that was passed up because nobody's seen it. There are other people from my city that cover this case. The whole Hope Foundation that was involved with Dawn and Candace. I often wonder why they're not involved with this case, especially since they're from like around in that area. Isn't that crazy? That's the shit I want to avoid. Yep. That's what I'm going to do. That's where we're going moving forward. The thing is how do I do that and separate myself from Summer's case? And anytime I cover Summer's case, it's always going to be this bullshit because I'm calling out their bullshit. And I can't help that. I can't help but to show, because I'm angry. When stuff like that happens, it angers me. When you sit back and watch people stealing money and funneling in money and passing money in huge super chats, that's why I want to avoid that. This is about a life purpose for me. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be there and I want to be there. Like, I want to be there for people that might need a friend or that might need support or help. I can't help financially because, yeah, my ass is broke, okay? Fuck you all for saying something, but you don't know my situation. And my husband actually does make okay money, you know, but we just support a lot of people. I have a very rather large family, and unfortunately, I fucked my life up when I was younger with credit and things like that, you know, but it's gotten better over the years, and I can only go forward, right? I can't stay stuck with these people, and that's what I'm doing. I'm stuck with them because of Summer. I don't want to give up on Summer. I just got to figure out a balance. Summer's close to my heart. She has changed my life in ways you wouldn't even know over the last 3 years. I mean, you wouldn't know. You guys all followed her too. What it is these people didn't like that I was looking into the marathon. That's what it came down to. And I stated it bluntly. That's my opinion. Or they didn't like each other and they just thought it was fun to play games with each other. Or God knows. Maybe I knew something or know something. Maybe there's something in something I have. I'm not lol. I can't crack a case. Even if I cracked the case, I couldn't crack a case. Like, it wouldn't be legally binding. You know what I'm saying? They have people held to higher standards than a YouTuber that can do that. And I have family members that have been through shit like this. I have friends. I grew up in neighborhoods. My brother killed someone, a family member of mine that he didn't know we were family too, because our families are broken because of drugs and alcohol and things of that nature. Like, this is how I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this as a victim and an advocate of these things because I've been through them. That's all. That's why I'm here. I'm not here for drama and fighting and stealing and collecting and all of that other stuff. But however, I have other hobbies that I can add to my channel, and I'm going to find a way to do that balance. Right. Hold on. Because at the end of the day, nothing that happened after Summer went missing her had to do with her case. Well, a lot of people think that, but I think differently. I think it all has to do with her case, and I don't know why. And it's only because it all leads back to Dawn's job site. For me, that's research that I've done that I'm being sued for. That's all I can figure. At least that's my assumption. I brought out something somebody said that nobody was to dare go against. You know what I mean? Like, Why? What do y'all know that I don't, that this woman has some higher standard? Or and she reached out to me. I didn't reach out to her. But it is what it is. Meanwhile, you seen what I showed with Benny today. I don't want to add all that into this stream. This isn't about that. My live stream today is about Kaylene, and it's about other people. It's about moving forward, taking bigger steps, finding balance, and telling you guys why I'm here. Oh my God. What? Oh, you gotta tell me about that. Right. Everybody lives through stuff and everybody has skeletons in their closet. And I'm not going to get on here and make fun of people's houses and their looks, because I'm bigger than that. I'm better than that. I don't have to stoop to that petty level. Nobody knows what somebody's been through in life to get what they have. It's only greedy people that want to take, that are worried about what somebody looks like or what their home looks like or what they have. Like Jody Sue and Tiffany Marie were really over there like, her house looks like it's from the 70s. And you don't know how proud I am to have what I have today. How hard I worked to be sober as a fucked up teen. How hard I fought for my son. The travel expenses to get back and forth. Even though it's in Pittsburgh, we don't drive. I was taking buses, living at hospitals for 3 months to a year at a time, waiting for Hertz. You have no clue what I've been through. I'm very proud of what I have, Tiffany Marie. And only selfish people act like you do. And that's what I'm not. And that's what I don't want involved in. So you can kiss my whole fat white ass. That's so sad. That's what I'm saying. We all have hurt and lived through something. And I bet you if we dig deep enough, we'd find something in their damn families too. I don't want to do that no more. I'm done. It gives me an icky feeling. I've told you about that before. All right, guys, but I've been on 4.5 hours. It's 4:09 in the morning. I'm supposed to get up, go hang flyers with my husband tomorrow. I think we're going to picnic at the point. Maybe, maybe not. I got to look at the weather. I think it's supposed to be nice, but I also think I heard it changed. It was going to rain. I got to look. But thank you guys all for being here. Please share Kaylene's story, share it respectfully. Don't attack people in her family. Don't attack her parents. Don't attack her siblings. Remember, they've been through hurt. Look how badly, like, they found their daughter's remains that the police left behind. Pretty much in this guy's father's backyard. No, thank you, Lady Orr, for being here tonight. And for those of you that came in later, September and Kirsten Bajort, I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Those of you that watched that didn't chat, thank you. Those of you that will watch later and share, thank you. Let's get Kaylene's story out there and make Steven Zappella move his damn ass. All right, guys. Love and peace to all. Mwah. Bye.